You couldn't hear last night.
But
Did you guys hear us?
in retrospect,
Yes.
we just heard you through the microphone from that distance
I
away.
know, I could hear
So that microphone is up way too high.
this one.
And so if you touch that again. Okay, you're channel 6. Can you move the microphone closer to you where it should be?
Not touch,
Just talk.
test. I'm good.
So do you want to set that microphone off to the side so you can have your paperwork in front of you?
I'm good.
Are you?
Yep, I'm doing this today. I'm gonna try anyways. I got paper too.
Okay.
I'm going tech today.
Yes, you know, that's kind of what I'm thinking.
We'll see.
Good morning, everyone.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea.
Hey. You know, my last place that was off.
I did, yeah, actually tomorrow is like a.
You just turned it off. Yeah,
Well,
it's like.
start putting signs out, but,
He can put them with mine and I can pick them up.
Yeah.
It's really hard to get people.
Okay.
Just put
yeah,
them with
I'll
mine.
only one for you up there, 800 or something.
How many you want?
Okay.
All right, so why don't you just see me?
Yeah, for him and you, okay.
Just see the time code and we'll take care of it.
Thank you.
Mhm. Tonight I'm going to the church out by
I didn't tell you.
wherever that church is by the dog park. There's a big school board thing out there tonight. In the church. It'll be interesting to see what happens out there. My one girlfriend ran for school board. She's run for school board, you know. She's never run for office in her life.
But the church is not allowed to put anything like that up. I think that's not allowed.
I guess they're having
They're
powwows.
having a thing there. Well, if she could, yeah.
I think they rented the church.
I think he said it's the swing.
They're all grabbing
She says
forward.
to do it, yeah.
No, kneecaps.
Oh, okay.
So I'm having
My
difficulty
girlfriend is
logging in.
Marissa Bison.
Yeah, I mean, these good people are running the school.
She's never, she's just a business owner. She's got kids and she's fed up. Yeah.
Agendas.
She doesn't have one. She's got ABC 1, 2, 3. That's her agenda. 1, 2, 3 ABC.
Yeah, yeah, for the students.
Right. So we'll see what she comes up with.
How's the wood doing?
Yeah. Getting better. Well, I'm about 6 weeks ahead of stuff. My doctor told me I was doing exceptionally well. See what happens. It's just the morning is the worst.
Yeah. All I want is my. And I. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Just keep walking around.
Yeah.
Hey, how are you? Good.
Your brain, but it sounds like. It's gonna be beautiful. Right.
Wedding stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, my phone number. Right here. I sit up here.
Next week.
Yeah, I know. But I guess you get leftovers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sure, how are you? What's that? Can I help you maybe?
Feel like I'm closer? No idea. Nate Elder. He sent me the funding application, so you're receiving this notice because you previously.
Sent you some other. Yeah, the reason I sent you the second. One is because if you push through there, you actually see where it lists as fire trucks. As its own entity. Yes, it's totally acceptable, and it was interesting that they just put fire truck on the emergency. You know what I mean? So if you read through there, it shows you. That's why I said, Denise is like, it's not listed anymore, I'm like, Denise, they just read it. So I sent it to her. It's like page 11. That's okay. I sent you another one.
Coffee, don't let your dad.
It's all about. All about how these responsibilities you have and stuff. That had a lot of good information in it too. Start writing. Did you read the branch off? You gotta do like 5 words, like you gotta do 200 words, and then on this, each category, maybe so many words. So in other words, you got like 500, then you got 200, then you got a 5-point category, then you got a 2-point category.
So that's a good point. Good point.
Each one of our trucks.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it's in that particular view.
It's not very big. It does have the most maintenance done. Yeah. Well, the one that you thought you said you could send it. Yeah, it's pretty much the only number.
Heidi, are you good to go?
Yep.
Lois? Yes. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our September 13th, 2022 Whitewater Township Board meeting. We will call this meeting to order at 9:02. Stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Public for which it stands, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call when ready. Here.
Goss. Bennett. Glenn.
Here.
Bowman.
Here.
So we're doing some experiments with our audio system. Can everybody hear us okay at this point? Okay. If that changes for whatever reason throughout the ceremony here today, please let us know. Any changes or adjustments to the agenda?
I believe there is one. New business number 5 has proposed zoning ordinance amendments 83, 84, and 85. I don't believe 85 was sent over by PC, therefore it's not in the packet. So that should just read 83 and 84.
Okay. And the clerk's stuff for this board meeting is, I think, meant to be an addendum or an attachment. Do we care to bring that into our agenda?
Well, the protocol was to get it 10 days in advance to get added, and that didn't happen. There's elements in the clerk's addendum of items that should be addressed in terms of the bills for payable. There's minutes. There's a couple of items that would be open for deliberation, and I'm not sure that in her absence that we have sometimes we've deliberated those, sometimes we haven't. So I don't know if it's proper to pull part of it over, or is it an all or nothing proposal?
Well, how about if we just bring it in, roll it into the agenda and we'll address them one by one. The board can opine on them at that time. Either to move it to another agenda or deal with that particular item on this agenda. Does that
I'm
sound
okay with
reasonable?
that.
I would be fine with that.
Okay. So then we'll add those under what?
Well, you have the clerk and parks administrator report that would go under the consent calendar. Draft board minutes from 8/9 and 8/18 would also go to the consent calendar. Those for approval. Budgeted transfers, I think, should be a new business item.
Can we just leave it all as one new business item rather than? I'm not going to be able to keep track of that.
I think that'd be fine. So move the 4 items to the consent calendar. The administrator's report, the board meeting minutes and bills for approval. Or are you suggesting that the whole thing be just one new business?
Yeah, just one new business for the whole thing.
Oh, I'm completely fine with that. So
Can we make it new business 14?
There you go.
All right, to everyone's favorite. Any conflict of interest? Hearing none, we will move right into our first public comment. Good morning. If anyone would like to make a public comment, please step up to the podium and have your 5 minutes of fame.
Good morning, Karen Boyd, 6303 Bags Road. I don't have any written comments, but I do have things on my mind. The clerk took upon herself to mention 3 of us in an email regarding Bags Road, saying that we were part of the reason that the moratorium was put on Bags Road. It was uncalled for to call out private citizens in an email. But I will tell you one thing, I stand behind what I say. And I've said all along that if the Bags Road project is legally done, then I will accept it. But when things are brought up that there was an improper division on that property, you better believe I'm going to keep fighting. Because if it goes through there, when does it stop? The clerk also has taken upon herself to put letters on vehicles at the township park. I am really getting fed up with the misinformation. We're hearing part of the whole story. The township needs to work together and not have these little groups. And I think our clerk is a huge problem. I don't like to call people out, but you know what? You're going to call me out. I'm going to do the same thing. Things that are being said are only being told half the story. Saying that there's 3 board members that don't want the boat washing station to go through is absurd. She doesn't mention the fact that it's way over budget. Things need to be clarified, and the same with the park, High Prairie Park. We were told all along, no, it wasn't in violation. Didn't fail. Well, when things don't go with, I'm losing my train of thought here. When things don't apply to the standards, then it's a fail. And if we want to push things through because we don't want to close something down, well, we need to think of safety first. And I wish that the other board members would see that and not try to keep calling names out. Thanks.
Anyone else this morning? Hi, Scott.
Good morning, Scott Joswiak with Joswiak Consulting, 13300 Southwest Bayshore Drive, Traverse City. I'm here to represent a project that we have been working on for some time. It's a use by right. And we were hoping to get that project rolling due to the moratorium and the status of the ordinance and stuff. We're we're not able to even begin that process. So either allow us to somehow begin the process, or hopefully we can get to a point tonight where, this morning, where the ordinance is rectified and the moratorium on site plan reviews at a minimum can be lifted. So just encouraging you to look into the eyes of other people who want to do business in the area, especially under the use by right category, and allow those things to continue to prosper in your township. So thank you.
Anyone else?
Good morning, Vicki Beam, 6847 Bags Road. And I want to start, as I always do, thanking you for your time and your service. There's a long agenda today. Hopefully you'll be able to work together to accomplish great things for our township. I also hope that you communicate to the Planning Commission what to be working on to lift the moratorium. I attended the meeting last week, and they stated that they weren't sure what was the priority for that moratorium to be lifted. So I think there might be some communication gap there. I'm going to echo what Karen said, because I too was called out in the letter that Cheryl sent to Van Solkema. If you start on page 41 of the packet, you'll see Ron's response, Bob Hall's response, which I think he could have answered a little bit differently. But this moratorium was in conversation by both Bob Hall and the attorney well before the Bags Road site condo was ever brought to this group, or I'm sorry, the Planning Commission group. So there again is one false statement. I truly feel that Cheryl has crossed the line calling out private citizens, and something should be done about it. The developer has not attended any board meeting or PC meeting since the initial one in March. And after the response that Cheryl gave to him about attending, I thought for sure he would be part of the meeting last week, and that wasn't the case. So maybe he should start attending to hear more about what's going on. I have written to him and have not had any response, and that was encouraged by us. So us as neighbors and trying to be neighborly, we would like to have communication as well. From what I understand in setting in the appointments, the moratorium is in place due to the mess of the ordinances and the master plan. And Cheryl knows that. Bob Halding and the attorney, as I mentioned, suggested since last year, and I haven't gone back through all the meetings. I've only been in attendance since March. So I will say that I may not be telling the entire truth here, but I know that it was in the agenda and discussed in December of 2021. So again, well before the March meeting. Her paragraph about us is ridiculous. I personally have never mocked the zoning administrator. I've never heard Karen or Connie, and we are the three that were specifically called out. We have been questioning and researching the handling of the site condo application and the land split, which is illegal. And I have a handout for you guys to bring back to what I've said since the very beginning, and it was brought up in March, that parcel is well past the 1-to-4 ratio, and something needs to be addressed with that. I, for one, did not lobby the three of you. You were the ones that voted for the moratorium, but I know that I did not lobby. I have simply questioned the split and the ordinances to ensure what happens in our township is in accordance. I'm very surprised that members of the Planning Commission and perhaps even the zoning administrator don't have copies and may not be aware of our general ordinances that have direct impact on land splits and site condos. I've not made an outrageous claim of harm that was also stated by Cheryl. And as far as technical expertise, the group of us that are pointing out issues and concerns have spent hundreds of hours researching and looking into the ordinances. We don't just come up here and flap our lips. We are talking about things that we've looked at. I guess since I've lived in Whitewater Township less than 20 years, I'm a new person according to Cheryl, I don't have the right to voice my concerns about development of our rural community. We have hopes and dreams of all of you maintaining our rural community, could be royal too. Cheryl appears to be more concerned after a developer has made a statement and doesn't live here and probably never will than those of us that do. As another comment for today, I feel that any check written to anyone on the board should require two of you to verify accuracy. I just think that's great common procedure. And I've mentioned this several times as well. I know that we have a pretty full house today, but I really would like you guys to address moving the board meetings back to the evening to make it easier for more that work to attend. And I'm going to hand out this survey one more time. I think it just bears looking at of the lack of 1-to-4 split. Thank you very much.
If I could, yeah, you're welcome to come on up. We'll get Heidi a copy.
I got one.
Oh, you got it. I'm sorry. And so your mic might not be operating correctly. And can you do that again for me?
Test 1, 2, 3.
Oh, you're all the way over there. One more tap. All right, let's try that.
Test 1, 2, 3.
Better, Carl?
Better.
Okay. Carl is our official test mannequin. Mannequin.
You are talking this way and your mic's over there half the time. So, you know, it's a lot better.
I'll do better, Don.
I can hear these people. I was sitting over there and I can't fit this. Yeah.
Thank you.
Connie Highmore, Bags Road. Here to beat the drum. The moratorium is unfortunate, but as my comments will reflect, at one point, all and most of these people, the board, the legal team, the zoning administrator have all talked about a moratorium. At the August PC meeting, I mentioned the fact that there's a general ordinance book. Only one person was aware of it. Last week, I asked if any of the commission members had had a chance to review the book. No one indicated that they had. The general ordinances are not on the township website yet. I see the general ordinances are a subject on today's agenda. These ordinances should be available to the public, but shockingly, they haven't even been made available, easily available to the PC or board. These general ordinances are important, not only because they identify the code or law, but because they also identify consequences and penalties for fines, jail time, or both when in non-compliance. Article 25 is site plan review and special land uses. Upon reviewing the amended Article 25, it's clear to us that site plan reviews and special land uses should be two separate articles. Site plan reviews are referenced by numerous developments, including special use permits, planned unit developments, condo developments, etc. Articles 6, 7, and 37 reference Article 25 for special use permits. Article 9 and 28 reference Article 25 for site plan reviews. Article 8 and 31 reference Article 25 for site plan review and special land use. I think we've proved our point. Please consider separating these two articles since they are two distinctly different and important subjects referenced by numerous other articles. Article 28 is condominium development regulations. I hold in my hand 5 drafts versions of Article 28 dating back to 2019. That's 3 years of amendments and it's still in disarray. Article 28 is supposed to address all forms of Is Article 28 supposed to address all forms of condominium developments, or is it meant to be site condominium specific? There are a number of inconsistent terms used throughout the article. Condominium development plan, condominium subdivision, site condominium plan, mobile home condominium development, condominium conversions. Per the Guide to Planning and Zoning, condominium developments consist of multifamily structures. Site condominiums involve the development of single parcel of land as sites for detached single-family dwellings. Continued confusion arises when condominiums and site condominiums are mentioned in the same paragraph, talking about the same thing, but different terms. The term condominium development plan and site condominium plan are used interchangeably throughout the entire document. Even in the planning commission determination that's in your packet, one paragraph refers to a condominium development plan and the next refers to it as a condominium development plan. We need consistency with the correct terms when referring to the multiple types of condominiums. I must say that last week at the planning commission meeting, I lost track of the number of times that the PC chair said that they were waiting for direction from the board on the moratorium. How long has this been going on? If there's no questions answered, I commented at the end, if the PC had questions about the moratorium for the board, what was stopping them from reaching out and asking their questions? The board, as far as I know, are not mind readers. The disconnect between the board and PC is very frustrating to the citizens. Our best hope is that all of you communicate and work together to make the township a better place. We realize the hill is steep and filled with ruts, and that sometimes people are throwing rocks at you as you're trying to climb the hill. Keep climbing. We're cheering from the roadside. The view from the top is grand. Finally, in today's agenda on page 43, there's an email communication from an elected township official to a developer. I want to go on record to state that I am disgusted and offended that Clerk Goss called out 3 private citizens by name in her correspondence. How is it possible that an elected clerk has the audacity to respond in such a way to a developer? Is she speaking for the township board? What is going to be done to repair the damage done by Clerk Goss? Who's going to hold her accountable for the irreparable damage she has done? Does she have the legal right to respond to an email in that way? Vicky Beam, Karen Boyd, and I are not board members that she regularly disrespects. We are private citizens. We are not able to defend ourselves against her misinformation and her allegations. We are American citizens whose reputation and honor have been damaged by an elected official. Her response to the developer injured 3 private citizens, attacked the professional reputation of this board, and jeopardized the township's relationship with the developer. I want something done. The subject of this horrendous attack from Clerk Goss is far from over. We, the people, will not be crucified by Clerk Goss.
Anyone else?
Morning.
Good morning.
Melissa Melton, 5044 Vinton Road. I did send the whole board last night a copy of the high prey, the landscaper bid that I did receive. I think it was Friday. Yes. So, and I do have a written copy as well that I could print or make copies if that's.
Everybody's got one.
Okay, all right. Unfortunately, my day is really busy today, so I'm a little, I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to attend since you have clerks information at the very end of the meeting, if you even get to it, because as everyone stated so far, you guys have a really busy agenda. I did want to say, if you guys will allow, I will stay to at least present the report for the Parks and Rec as of what we have currently, and so you guys can just be updated. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Yep. So that report's supposed to be in writing, right? So that's been the request of the board for the last 2 months now. So you can give a verbal one if you would like, but really what we want is a hard copy so there's something we can follow up on. Okay.
Well, it's up to you guys. If you want a verbal report, I can give you at least and try to give you,
Sure.
updates on high.
Yep. Next.
Good morning. My name's Rod Trump, and I'm working with Scott Joswiak. And how about this? Is this okay? I'm working with Scott Joswiak on the project that we refer to as High Point, bringing back the High Point Golf Course. I'm not a professional developer. I'm a passionate individual about golf. I spent 8 weeks in the Traverse City area last year and absolutely fell in love with the area. And my desire is to call this area home for at least half the year for the rest of my life. And we began working going back to last December on this project when honestly I caught wind of High Point and the fact that it was Tom Doak's first golf course, the fact that it had gone down out of business more than a decade ago. And I saw it as a tremendous opportunity. And I reached out to Tom. And for those of you who aren't golfers or who aren't familiar with Tom Doak, Tom's a Traverse City resident, has been for a very long time. High Point was the first golf course which he ever designed. He's now since gone on to worldwide acclaim. He's designed 46 golf courses across the world, 7 of which are currently in the top 100 golf courses in the world. So one may argue that he is the greatest golf architect of all time. He resides here in Traverse City, and he's exceptionally interested in the opportunity to bring this project back to life, to return the golf course. There's no residential component whatsoever. We were planning to submit our paperwork for approval any day now. Actually, we were finalizing it last week when the team learned of the moratorium. We know it's a right of use in the township, and we would just like, if there's any way, I believe there is some addition of some specific projects that can be reviewed, or you can have the right to review a project on a case-by-case basis. We would just ask that you take that into consideration. Time is of the essence, but we would certainly appreciate it. And we think it's a unique project, not just because it's Tom Doak's first golf course, but we think it's the rare opportunity to do at least 3 great things. One, we think it's fantastic for the community. A number of folks, golfers, I played in a tournament at the Kingsley Club earlier this year, and I had 20 different folks that I've never met before come over to me and say, are you the guy that's trying to do High Point? And at the time, we were trying to keep it very quiet because out of respect for the permitting process, a portion of the golf course will be in Whitewater. The majority of the golf course still will be in Acme, where it originally was. But Acme, we had to wait until they passed their new zoning ordinance, which allowed a golf course via a special use permit that had gone away. So we didn't want to be preemptive and assumptive, so we'd kept it quiet. But whispers get out in small communities, as you know. But I was shocked by the outpouring of support and interest in the project. We also think obviously it'd be something great for Tom, who's one of the game's greatest architects, and we think it would be great for the game of golf, which makes tremendous contributions on various levels to society and has for an exceptionally long time since its origin. So I thank you for the opportunity to speak today and for your consideration. It's Rod Trump, no relation.
To who? Anyone else this morning?
Good morning. I have been to several of the last board meetings, and they've lasted between 5 and 7 hours, which is a long time for the board members and for the public to sit and listen to the boards and make. So what I was going to request is that you shorten the meetings back to 3 hours. And maybe that can be done with a subcommittee of 1 trustee and the clerk or the treasurer working together on time-consuming projects to finish them bring them back, bring the proposals or resolutions back to the board for discussion and a vote. The other option as a compromise, some people want the morning meetings, someone want the evening meetings, just split them. If they're 7 hours, do a morning meeting 9 to noon and an evening meeting 7 to 10, and maybe we can work through all of these agenda items that are coming to the board. And we just need to move ahead. So if we can do that for a couple of months, maybe just by experiment, you'll find out which meetings people can come to more than the others. So just a thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here in Township Hall? Linda, I see you have your hand up out in Zoom land. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
So we can barely hear you, so we're going to make a couple of adjustments. Can you be patient with us?
Yep, I'll also get closer to my computer.
I think it's this one. Let's try that.
Okay, is that better now?
Not really.
How about if I shout at my computer? Is that better?
Sounds good.
Okay. So in your packet, you have a memo from me regarding commercial medical marijuana. We're all aware of the voting results from August, but we really need to talk about medical marijuana and the 50 grow and 5 processing permits that are currently on the books in the township. If we go forward with this, this would be an absolutely enormous impact to the township. The survey data from back in 2017 indicated 64% of the residents do not want medical marijuana businesses in the township. This has nothing to do with using marijuana. It has everything to do with commercial development. So the fact that 64 to 65% of the people don't want this has not changed in 5 years. You guys need to listen to the people. I'm not going to reiterate all the details are in the packet. I trust that you can read. I would like to add just a couple more comments, though, that came to my attention after I wrote this letter. In Acme Township, they offer a maximum of 5 grow and 5 processing permits. They've already issued some of these permits. However, due to concerns about the presence of the large facility over on Bates Road in Acme Township that is under construction and the obvious impact on several residences that are right next door to this huge factory, Acme Township, as of last week, walked away from all recreational marijuana. Obviously, they're also trying to figure out how to rein in this facility on Bates Road because the concern is present and close to becoming a reality. In my opinion, we are wholly unprepared to implement commercial marijuana. We need to look at what's happening in other communities and learn from them. At this time, I believe you have no other reasonable choice than to repeal the medical marijuana commercialization of this township. Thank you for your time.
Okay, that's all I see on Zoom.
Okay. Hello?
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 Well, there's someone else on Zoom.
Yes, it's a distant voice.
Do you have public comment this morning?
A brief comment. Yes, sir.
It's your turn.
Okay. My name is Susan St. Pierre. I live at 9062 Gay Road. on the corner of Gay Road and Innes Lane, right across from beautiful Elk Lake. I would just like, I'm in the process of getting myself up to date on what's happening with the boat renovation, boat dock launch and park proposals before you. And like your fellow who commented on the golf proposition, the golf site proposition, who's an avid fan, I am an avid big water fan. I moved to my house 4 years ago because it offered me the opportunity to see the beautiful Elk Lake without having and being unable to afford living right on the lake. And one of the reasons why we came here is because over the years we have traveled to this area, love it, boated on this area and love it. And that we have within 3 miles from us a boat launch site where I can take my little boat and go out on Elk Lake and travel the chain of lakes. And so I am adamantly asking you to proceed with this amazing proposal. It's a proposal to improve the launch site, enhance the park. And by the way, the park and the boat launch are an absolute gem. I and my neighbors who do not live on the lake totally love that we have an access point that is available to us, that we have a campground that's available to our friends and family who can come and visit with us and share wonderful family events. So it will, and it's all there. It's like a no-brainer. Let's do it, please. I'm imploring you. And I am in the process of working with my friends and neighbors who appreciate and want to see the improvements to that site to make their opinions known to you. And I thank you very much.
Thank you. So for some reason now my Zoom screen is full of people. I have 2 pages.
Oh, hello. My friends are calling.
Yes, Brian, good morning, sir.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Brian Kelly, Acme Township resident. Just wanted to touch on a couple things. Yes, it is true that the Acme Township Hall, I think we were 2 people away from fire capacity on the recreational marijuana issue. And just to put this into context, what happened in Acme several years ago, we passed a medical marijuana ordinance, and that allowed a processing and grow permit and facility. It allowed permits in our ag district. And the ordinance was a failure because it didn't require a special use permit. So the neighbors didn't know this was happening, that they were going to have a large industrial facility right next to them. And literally that facility has residential neighbors on both sides. You know, much of ag is neighbors, residences. And there's also wetlands on the site. There was an old farmhouse on the site that received its water via an overground pipe. The water that they drank at that farmhouse bubbled up through a spring. There's a creek there, there's a pond across the street, and it goes into the Tobico watershed. So not a great space for this development. And again, it was a planning failure. I think Sean Winter was our planner then. Actually, I'm quite sure he was our planner. And somehow we ended up with an ordinance that required no special use permit, had no notice to neighbors. And that's a travesty. And I think I attended those meetings, and you know, in Acme, sometimes we get ordinances and they're provided by the developers behind the scenes. And so I don't know where that particular ordinance came from. I know our solar ordinance was provided by the developer who wanted to do the development. So special use permits are also important tools, obviously, because if the developer operator does bad things later, there's a permit you can revoke there. It gives you a little more power as a township. But we had some really good input at our meeting also from some professionals, some regulatory professionals, state police officers, et cetera. And so we'll see how things go with Acme. One of my great concerns is that the state of Michigan will change the law and say that anyone who has a medical marijuana operation can now do recreational. So I think in Acme and maybe in your township, it's important to zone around that and try and prevent further expansion of this particular site. Second thing, Planning Commission meeting in Acme was last night. The High Point Golf Club project presented to our Planning Commission. And of course, like every applicant, they wanted to go, fast, fast, fast. But their application was not complete. And our zoning administrator, who was acting as planner for that project, recommended that the item be tabled because their application was not complete. Our ordinance requires a certain level of completeness of an application. It was not there. I think there was some undue pressure put on the planner by the applicant and by the PC to schedule a hearing, even though we don't have a complete application. And I just want to say, in terms of the golf course, the big concern there is fertilizer runoff. That's the Yuba Creek watershed right there. It's very close to Yuba Creek. There are wetlands within, I think 60 feet of one of the proposed holes. And, you know, fertilizer doesn't just disappear. It doesn't just go into the grass. It goes down into the ground, and into the ground it goes as a subsurface flow into the aquifer, and it tends to flow to the creek. I mean, all that water flows to Yuba Creek and then to Grand Traverse Bay. So this project, I think in both communities, there needs to be some great concern over how much fertilizer, how much phosphate, how much phosphorus is going to be dumped on there. And the answer is probably quite a lot to green up the facility. So there needs to be careful treatment of that there. I think everyone supports the golf course and having it there, but not so much the runoff and the intense fertilizer. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else out in Zoom land for a comment? Please raise your hand. Seeing none, we will move on with the rest of our agenda. Reports and presentations. Good morning, Daryl.
Good morning. Nelson, Grand Traverse County Commissioner, District 6. Don threatened to put my picture in the milk carton because I've missed 2 meetings. I apologize for that. Last month we had a special county meeting, and before that it was Trade Festival and I was working. So
I was worried.
A long time. And it's not that I don't love you guys. But anyway, my report this month, I'll be somewhat brief. The last 2 years, we have thrown a lot of things at administration, a lot of heavy lifts, we've done a lot of really big projects, and we are working through those projects right now. And to mention just one, like community mental health. We have to be dissatisfied with the status of community mental health. We want to make it better. We want to make it worse. So that takes a lot of work behind the scenes. Administration has been working very hard on that, in a lot of meetings. I've been working with that as well, learn a lot about that process, but that takes time. So that is an ongoing process. The other little project that we've had at the county is we're replacing our ASA 400 1970s platform software, which runs everything, payroll records, all the rest. And that is a huge project. Matter of fact, normally our budget is due December 1 this year. We did it July 1 so that we could have it in ASA 400 and then enter a new platform called Workday. But anyway, we've done payroll through this now. We've got records and it's going pretty smoothly, but as anyone created a business, understands that this comes with a lot of pitfalls. So we are trying to keep administration focused on those type of things rather than adding more heavy lifts to them. So it may seem like we're kind of quiet right now, but behind the scenes, it's somewhat frenetic, and a lot of gray hair is being earned at the county and the administration and IT and all that. So things are like the other little topic that's going on right now is the $18 million worth of ARPA funds that are available. And that window is now open for the official application. It closes October 31st. My grandpa used to say, if you don't have a line in the water, you're not going to catch any fish. So I am encouraging anyone that has any projects, whether it's a smaller fire department need or a larger infrastructure need, to at least get in. One of the things I insist upon, I have a good committee of citizens and leaders in the community guided by PSC, public service consultants, that is going to vet each of the requests to make sure that they fit the criteria. Because if we expend money that doesn't fit the criteria, then we're not going to get reimbursed by the federal government for this. So my saying all along has been, if we're borrowing from our grandchildren, we should be spending on our grandchildren. So I'm looking for good long-term projects that are going to benefit our grandchildren. So if you present something, it doesn't have to be like, it might need $150,000 worth of study. You don't have to do that. You present it, have it in. If you have any questions, contact me, or we can work with PSC to help you get that formulated. But get the request in. And one of my requests has been that all of the applications come to the board. We're going to be the final say on those. But it's not like PSC is going to take 150 applications, pick 50 and move those. There's 154 applications. All 154 are going to go on. And that's going to happen in November and December, hopefully button up by the end of the year. So for my district, I'm hoping that the townships in my district or fire departments or whatever bring stuff that I can then help push for. Happy to take any calls or work with anybody on that. I've worked with a couple of projects from other townships and help you guys on coming up with something, anything that you can even package with a multiple jurisdictional thing, which is, I understand, very difficult, also helps. So, but it doesn't have to be, if there's only a project that benefits Whitewater Township, that doesn't mean it's not eligible. So big thing. The other thing, I was able to get Representative John Roth here today. So I don't know, it's up to the supervisor if we can get him to speak, but he's in between meetings. Got another Zoom meeting at 10:30, the Transportation Committee. So, but he's here. I work with him a lot, and if he had anything to say, if all right, or
Board, what do you think?
I would like to hear from him.
Heidi?
I would like to hear from him too.
Representative, because
Well, you were out of time anyway, Daryl.
You can take my side.
Good to see you all again.
Good morning.
Just making my rounds, trying to see what needs are out there to take back to Lansing. Yell at me anytime and tell me what's going on. I read some articles that suggested that maybe I wouldn't be on the ballot this November, but that's not true. I think on the ballot and going to continue to represent you guys the best I can, and I want you guys to reach out with me with these problems. Please continue to do that. I'm not here to do anything crazy, and just want to make sure I'm listening and hearing what you guys. If I can help, please call on me to do it. Because I'm your servant, so I want to be your voice in Lansing and anything. Thank you for just a couple minutes, and on your meeting.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Chief, today was not your lucky day, I guess. I'm sorry.
All right, that's fine. Brandon Flynn, Whitewater Township Fire Department Fire Chief. So we're kind of getting back to normal call volumes for the month. We've had 6 months. Had that storm last August. Pretty cold. So we're trucking along pretty good. I did have a couple more applicants for the fire department. So since December, we've had 4 new applicants. And DOT checks. Get some of them up here. Not very good at human resources. The fire department. All the background. Something I'm learning as I go along. Taking a little bit extra time. And as we will see later on in the, having a little issue with the cost has gone up 40%. Budgeted for 2 sets a year. Possibly, but it is on the board. We can probably discuss that. I'm kind of basically tapped out. Hiring right now. Costs like probably. We just don't have. That's something I'll be working on here this fall.
Any questions? Board?
Yeah, Chief, I've got one comment. You mentioned you brought on 4 new hires. Earlier this year, we had talked about trying to recruit, trying to source applicants. Are these a result of some efforts on your part? Were they walk-ins? Were they references from current volunteers? How did we go from 0 to 4 in a relatively short period? It's a great job. I just curious to see, did we?
It just came to me. We had one gentleman move into town and that road. He's already trained. He came from another department and he started working at the road commission. Another gentleman who lives in our township left Metro. He was for Metro. And then 2 just random fellows who wanted to get into the business.
Okay.
I was planning on putting an ad in the paper or maybe using social media. Kind of weird. I'll go through it.
Well, great job, and thank you for your efforts to get them onboarded. So,
Problem.
I have one question. Is there a way that we could get a report with a map of where the calls are plotted, if possible? Just so that we could kind of see where the calls are. In other words, do we need to go out and find some help from the community because all our calls are at Meyer or the casino or whatever? It would really help. I'm sorry.
We don't cover Meyer.
They're in Acme, so our ambulance would go there. I'm just saying, is there a way I can get plots of ambulance and fire on a map?
I can give you fire. I can't give you ambulance.
So I'll get that through MMR? Okay. It would really help though to see where the majority of the calls are. That's all I got.
The people online can't hear anything.
Seems to be.
It was on the switch.
Is that better?
Yeah, but it's the podium speaker that we can't hear.
Try again, chief.
Is it working now? That sounds a little better. Do you want me to do my report again?
No.
Okay, good.
Kim, I saw you online earlier. Are you still out in Zoom land?
Yes, I'm available.
Would you like to provide a planning commission report?
Sure. The planning commission at our last meeting picked up on our work on campgrounds that was set aside as part of our review of Article 25 special use, or sorry, as part of our review of Article 12 setbacks. We have picked up looking at the section regulating commercial campgrounds in Article 25. It is the very last page. We have began the process of evaluating all of our condo ordinances in the zoning ordinance. We have forwarded the ordinance authorizing adult use commercial marijuana to the board with a recommendation that it be rejected by the township board based on the vote of the people. And aside from that, things are moving on. The request of the planning commission unanimously was really not by a vote or anything, but the consensus was that it would be helpful to have some real specifics. If you do not find any of the articles that you're currently reviewing at this meeting, if you have issues with them, it would be helpful if you would give us specific sections or specific topics that you would like us to address for both the ordinances and then also in preparation for lifting of the moratorium. It would be helpful to have an itemized idea from the board of what the board is looking for. And that's it. Any questions?
This is Don. Question, isn't zoning ordinance 85, the amendment, isn't that the one with the medical marijuana in it?
No, zoning ordinance 85 is medical marijuana ordinance. The one that we haven't sent you yet, but we approved to be sent to you is the small section of the ordinance that we were working on that would have added adult use grow and processing as a special use in the ag and industrial district.
Okay, thank you.
Heidi, anything for Kim?
No, I'm good, thanks.
Kim, I do have significant questions later on in the agenda in Article 25. Are you going to be around or what's your thought?
I can't commit to all 6 hours, but I will make every effort to be available during the portion when you are reviewing the zoning ordinances.
Okay, if maybe what we do is just each board member supply you a list of questions and that way you can take them back to your group. Maybe that's how we handle it. We'll see what happens when we get there.
Yeah, I would ask that you have a consensus because just because one board member wants to see something doesn't mean that all the other board members agree. So if you could come up with a consensus list or at least an agreement amongst those that are there that yes, that's something we need to address, that would be helpful.
Sure.
Thank you.
Melissa.
sorry. Okay, thanks for listening to me. I know in Cheryl's absence of being ill, I was not prepared, obviously, to have a report or anything. But there's a lot going on, and so I just feel that it's just a good communication to give this report. For those who don't know, I'm Melissa Melton. I'm the Parks and Rec Chair. Last night we did have our monthly meeting. So here is just a couple of the updates. So first of all, with regards to the Whitewater Park playground, as everyone know, we did have a.
Would you like to pay your taxes, ma'am? Okay. This young lady right here can help you out.
I know.
No worries.
We can put it in the box. It's fine. Just put it in taxes.
Thanks, Melissa.
Yeah, no problem. So the Whitewater Park playground inspection had been done. And so from that inspection report, I know signs have been ordered. The clevis and swing that was missing, I know, is being installed. There was debris removal that had to be taken care of. That was going to be done by the Rangers. And then the trees for shading, which was to be purchased for fall, because planting trees in the fall is better than doing it in the scorching sun. So, everything's looks to be moving in great motion. So that's the playground. The Lossy BCNA tree removal project has been completed. And as I think it's later in the meeting packet, there was a substantial savings due to the efficiency of the conservation, which was awesome. So we would hope, as the Parks and Rec Committee, that we can utilize some of those funds to access some of the other key, really important projects that we're trying to move forward, such as the high prey playground fixes, which I'll talk about in a second, as well as the Lossy Road wetland fix. So just for your consideration, I think it's very important. If we move quickly on some of these things, we can have some action yet this fall, which is ideal. There were two motions made last night. I don't have the exact wording, so I'm just going to summarize. But essentially, there was a motion to have the board move $20,000 from the park fund to the rec fund, and to be able to be used on approved board projects that are either on our capital projects list or maintenance that's needed in the community for recs. And if the funds are not allowed to be moved over for reasons, we requested if we can have documentation or verification of why those funds can't be moved over. The other motion was in regards to getting a conclusion on Lossy Road Natural Trail. I know that, there's been a discussion, a concern made by the public, whether this trail system should be or is required to be either non-motorized, in other words, only a walking trail, if it can be motorized vehicles directed towards landowners or emergency vehicles, and walking trail, or if it's just completely open. And the reason why the PrAC would like to, and we want to get it on the next month's board meeting. So I'll send an email to you and Cheryl. Why it's really important that we get this clarified is we are unable to move forward on obtaining information on the fixes. So I don't know if anyone's walked the Lossy Trail in the springtime. I unfortunately have walked it a couple different times, tried to. It is not safe. It's completely a muck wetland, and it has been for a number of years. It's been an issue. It's not a safe walking trail, and I think that the township owes the public to have this fixed. The question is, can we stop vehicle traffic? Because that is one of the erosion issues that had been going on. If we're allowed to stop vehicles, the fix might be an easy putting in a culvert and adding some gravel. It might be something like a boardwalk. So those are some of the things that the PrAC has been discussing. And we also wanted to, with the help of Steve Largent, who just did our tree removal project, wanted his help and assistance because they're vastly knowledgeable, more knowledgeable than we are, and how to deal with like eagle permitting, all the ins and outs of what needs to happen with the wetlands. So we really want to move this process forward. If we can get an action item to conclude what the Lossy Natural Trail really needs to be, vehicular or walking, we then can really define what that project looks like. The biggest important piece is if this is a big funding issue, it's really important that we can start putting stuff together to get grants and funds to the Michigan website, and hopefully we can get some funds that will do that. Speaking of funds, I know ARPA was discussed. So, you know, any projects that we have, gosh, I have lots of projects, including, you know, in the beginning of the year, we had several projects that through the budget process basically got scraped. $60,000 basically got all funded towards this tree removal project, which was a necessary requirement to get, you know, the tree removed and have it be safe and accessible. But now none of our other projects have any funding. So ARPA funding for things like the boat launch project that's already being underway, the Lossy wetlands fix, whether it's a boardwalk, whether it's just more dirt, whatever. And there's also a bridge. The Battle Creek Creek runs through. And there's a very narrow bridge walkway that's in need of update. And then just in general, high prey development. I know we've had on our capital projects list a number of different things with regards to trail updates, upgrades. So ARPA funding to do some of the things, I mean, as people remember with the onset of COVID, people were looking to do things outside. People were looking to do things that were healthy. Our community doesn't offer a good, safe way for us to take our children to, in our community within Whitewater Township, to do things like go for a bike ride, go for walks. You know, unfortunately, our trail systems did get devastated because of the storms, but in lieu of that, we still need to recognize that there is a deficiency there, and we should be putting some funds towards that. Other things that we discussed, the high prey playground inspection, which is on the agenda again later on today, if you guys get to it. It was great. There was no deficiencies with regards to the placement of the play equipment themselves. In terms of clearances, what her biggest concern was the border, which we did know from the comment that had been made prior. Signage was another issue. There's a couple bolts that have more than 2 threads showing, and then debris, or not debris, but weeds, essentially. So I did get a price from a landscaper to try to at least get an understanding of what that scope of work might cost, which I did send to the board last night. And I would hope that since the tree removal project went so well and the budget from that was well under, I forget what the savings was, 12,000, 10,000 in that ballpark. So to get this high prey playground back and reopened, I think is very important to the community. To put, you know, $5,000 towards a project like that to make it a safe and open availability to our kids, I think is really important. That's all I had from last night's meeting, I believe. Is there any questions?
Yes. I'll make them brief. I believe 2 of the members last night of the PrAC committee offered to do some work. That's fantastic. Just make sure they sign waivers. Could you clarify more your motions? I think you left out a big piece of the information that those people wanted bought. Clarify your 20,000.
It was not clarified.
Okay, he clarified it, but he didn't want the 20,000 coming from the general fund.
No, park.
Okay, you need to clarify that.
I said that.
Okay, it's not clear. It wasn't clear to me. What basically was said is you need to tell the exact thing that was said. That they want to know, their question is, can they move the park funds monies from the campground? That's where they would like the $20,000 from. Not the
Correct.
general fund. That's what you need to clarify a little, please, Melissa.
Yeah, I apologize if I misspoke, but that's exactly what I had written down. It was-
You know
came
what
from
it is,
park
okay,
fund.
but everybody out there doesn't know what you're talking about. So could you just clarify the difference between the park funds and the general fund and the questions that came up about that?
Sure. So, and it's been questioned a couple different times. So we're really just trying to elevate it to try to get some response on the answer.
I was there, tell them.
Well, you asked the question, so I,
ahead.
I was addressing it
ahead.
to you. So the general fund obviously is used for multiple things, right? So, and I'm not an accountant, I'm not a treasurer, so I don't know the ins and outs of all that. I do know that when we go through the funding process in the beginning of the year, as a Parks and Rec Advisory Committee, again, we do not make any decisions. We are strictly here to advise, try to help promote good projects for the community, do the Park and Rec planning process. And so in lieu of that, we are constantly trying to have access to funds to do certain projects, capital projects, of which I didn't make a comment about that, so I will do that. So the,
I'm sorry, I didn't realize this was going to be a Park and Recs meeting.
Just
So
clarify it
we
real
gotta,
quick, please.
we gotta move this thing along. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
If we would like to have, 20
Could you
minutes.
just finish your statement though, just to
Yeah.
clarify it, please?
So
Just clarify that.
essentially, we would like to get funds from the park, from the campground Whitewater Township Park, transferred into the rec funds. And the reason being is we are constantly being told that that park fund is only allowable for the park use. And so I just wanted to, they want clarification on if that is true, if there's any documentation of that nature, so that funds could be used and assessed on the rec.
We've been asking for the
Projects.
same information, failure to supply either committee. And so I think that you'll see some changes coming.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the projects list. I don't know if you guys had an opportunity to look at our capital projects list. I know in the last month's packet, it was mentioned. I don't know if there was a formal report done. But essentially, we want to know from the board, we have at the rec process, we go through the surveys, we survey the community. It was highly rated to do upgrades to our natural walking trails. So because of those surveys and input, we do have a capital projects list. So we just want to know, from the board level, is this what you guys want us working on? I mean, essentially, we're here to be an advisory committee to work on things that are important to the community. So.
Just one, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just have to ask one comment.
Mhm.
Just a thought. You talk about buying trees for Whitewater Township Park Playground.
Mhm.
We're in a park. Is it possibly less expensive to find some saplings, find some trees in the park and have them transplanted over to the playground? I don't need an
Yeah.
answer on it, but would you at least consider that, please?
Yeah, I'm sure that could be considered. I do know that park is full of jack pines. And that's probably not what we want to
I'm
replant.
just as an alternative there.
Yeah.
maybe.
No, that's a
We
good
have trees,
thought.
So, okay.
Yeah, that's a good thought.
And my only comment is Lossy Road is currently a non-motorized trail, correct?
That is our understanding.
And there's been no information provided otherwise that it's not, nor that the township doesn't have the authority to call it a park. People have questioned it,
Mhm.
but I don't know where this notion came from, that all of a sudden, oh my goodness, we don't know what to do with Lossy Road Natural Trail. So it's a park, it's non-motorized, plan it. That's the way it is. If,
So is our understanding, and maybe this is our misunderstanding, was that there was members from the board that were just reviewing documents from that transition of land to determine if that was a road access or if that was a trail access or anything of that nature.
and that has taken place. And I'm here to tell you that it's a trail.
So walking
It's a
trail.
park.
Was there any determination of landowners who had requested access to allow vehicles to get to their
That's on
land?
the agenda here today.
Okay.
But to my knowledge, I don't know how that decision will come out.
Mhm.
Mhm. Yep,
So that might affect the planning
it won't.
process.
It's a non-motorized trail.
Okay. All right.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
I agree, the documents are clear.
All right, so a long report process. How about a motion for the consent calendar as presented?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented for discussion purposes.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Further discussion?
Yes, okay. I've got a question. In the consent calendar, we have a item listed as corresponds for marijuana subcommittee recommendations, which contains the application process for permitting both adult use marijuana establishments and medical. It seems contradictory to me to consent or approve that subcommittee's report in light of the August 2nd vote by the public to not prohibit that establishment. And in regards, it's a two-part. We are deliberating medical marijuana later in this agenda. And possibly that may apply, maybe it won't. I'm thinking from a confusion standpoint, I see that as an issue of, should we just pull that marijuana subcommittee report for this time being? Because I don't think it applies, at least at the adult use doesn't apply any longer. And depending on the outcome of the medical marijuana, that either can come back revised or not be put in.
Thoughts, Heidi?
We either need it or we don't. So depending on what happens down the road here, we probably won't need it.
Okay. Excellent question. And that is the specific reason I put it in correspondence and not an action item. Just so the public understood what was being forwarded from the marijuana committee and the board understood what was being forwarded. And so pending what happens further on down the agenda, we may bring this transmittal letter as an agenda item and then refuse it. Very similar to the process that I think Kim alluded to in proposed zoning ordinance amendment number 85. The Planning Commission decided to move that forward to the board with a recommendation of not approving it. So we might consider something very similar with what the marijuana subcommittee has shared with us. We may want to put it on a future agenda and say, because of the August 3rd election and because of these other findings of fact, we're not going to accept it. And then it's finished, if you will. But if we would like to remove it, I'm happy with that too. So it's really up to the board.
I would suggest that procedurally, since we are deliberating later in the agenda, medical marijuana, I'm fine with leaving it in the consent calendar based on that explanation with the opportunity to remove it depending on what happens.
Okay.
I'm with that.
And then the one item I had was with respect to Mr. Hall's report. This is on packet page 10, and it is labeled as the August 2022 report. Specifically, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm getting mixed emotions here with respect to short-term rentals. He has been telling us that the zoning ordinance is written from a permissive point of view. So if we don't have that particular use in any of our districts, then it's not allowed. If we're having complaints, they should be enforced, plain and simple. And so I have asked Mr. Hall for the last 2 months to provide his wish for enforcement, zoning ordinance enforcement. Where does he want to have help? From what point? For example, will he initialize a letter of non-compliance and maybe follow that up once? And then we turn it over to a compliancy officer or something of that nature. So in this report, you know, he kind of talks about STRs getting out of hand. And over the past couple of weeks, we have received a number of complaints. So that was my only thought in the consent calendar. Heidi, anything else? Roll call when ready.
Dahlmuth,
Yes.
Bennett, Pop,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Goss.
Unfinished business number 1, Township Board Recording Secretary. I'll make a motion to discuss who will record the minutes and how will that person be paid for.
I'll second it.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
We have to decide what we're doing here because I've now put this on 4 agendas. And every time we don't do anything with it, the money is not allocated to pay the person taking the minutes. So we sent it to legal, we have an opinion for legal, we're still in the same predicament. So how would you like to proceed? Because the clerk needs to be taking the minutes unless she comes up with a better plan and presents it to the board and goes for a vote. She cannot just have somebody else take the minutes that is not either her deputy or herself.
I would echo that. Heidi's correct in that. The clerk's office statutorily is required to take the minutes. That the clerk themselves does not necessarily have to be the one to take the minutes. There is the provision that they can assign that, delegate that responsibility to the deputy clerk. Absent of those 2 people, the clerk's office does not have the right to unilaterally appoint a person to take the minutes. The clerk's office has the opportunity to bring forth a plan or a person or an idea and bring it to the Board of Trustees for a roll call vote. That is not the case of what's happened. The clerk has violated her statutory requirements and had unilaterally assigned Lois to the deputy treasurer to take those minutes. That has to be undone. I think that the minute taking responsibilities need to go back to the clerk, and she can again follow the same process. She can delegate that to the assistant, the deputy clerk, or she can bring forth the plan to the board and present it, and we can debate and discuss and put it to a vote as such.
In the meantime, we have to figure out how much we've paid out. And at this point, somebody's got to write a check. Cheryl's got to pay the people back, or we have to make a motion to move the money because this was not budgeted.
I can't tell you what section or what provision it comes from, but somewhere in our financial policy, and I believe it's section 4, indicates that no single board member can essentially put debt or liability onto the township. So I think that speaks to kind of what you were saying. How the clerk's office might pay the people back, I don't know. Do you have ideas?
She could write a check.
Okay. So obviously we have Lois here taking minutes today. If we vote not to, or if we vote that the agreement between Lois and Cheryl is not board approved, I guess I'll finish taking the minutes, or will another board member take the minutes from this point forward? How do we
gotta
cover
do
that?
something to stop the expense because it's not budgeted.
Well, my concern is that it's not proper.
That
And
too.
so if we are supposed to be financially responsible, are we being financially responsible if we don't do something? It's a good question.
You know, do you switch right now? She does, you give her the Zoom responsibility, you take the minutes. I don't know what to do here because I gave Cheryl a couple options to bring some solutions, but I can't tell her what to do.
Thoughts?
My immediate reaction is that this problem wasn't created overnight. It was created several months ago. I feel that it would be appropriate to finish this meeting out as we started it. We didn't contest it as it began. So I think we're into this meeting. However, following this meeting, the minute taking responsibilities go back to the clerk's office, and starting forward tomorrow with any regularly scheduled special meetings, town halls, whatever meetings are out there, that the clerk's office takes the responsibility back or puts forth a plan that she can bring to the board.
And we still have to figure out a way to pay the money back that's been allocated out for taking the minutes.
So is that 2 separate business items, you think? Or is that one?
You could
business
roll it
item?
into one, don't you think? Or is it better to?
I think it's 2 separate distinct issues, but I'm willing to listen if somebody has a reason why it should be entertained into one.
I think it might be simpler if it was divided into 2.
So do I, because it'd be easier to fix.
Might be. And so somewhere in there was a motion, Don. I heard it. And that motion might have been to continue this meeting as it started, but all future board minutes will be taken by the clerk.
Yes.
Something like that.
Yeah. I mean, that's close enough. I mean, I think my phrasing is that motion would be well, we have a motion on the table, so that.
Just to discuss.
To discuss.
Yeah.
Motion to finish the minutes of this meeting in the manner that we started, with the deputy treasurer finishing today's session and beginning tomorrow, and with all future regularly scheduled special meetings or
Board
town hall.
meetings, you gotta put board meetings.
Board meetings, special or regular, as well as any town hall events, would be the responsibility of the clerk's office to handle the minutes.
How about responsibility and cost of the clerk's office?
Thought that was going to be the second item.
Oh, that's right, we're splitting, sorry.
Is that right?
Mhm.
Can you read that back, Lois?
Motion by Glenn to continue this meeting in the manner we have started, and starting tomorrow, all regular or special board meetings will be the responsibility of the clerk's office to handle the minutes.
Did you put in there to finish the minutes of this meeting? Lois, read the top line again for me, please.
Motion by Glenn to continue this meeting in the manner we have started, and starting tomorrow, all regular and special board meetings will be the responsibility of the clerk's office to handle the minutes.
Do you want to put the word completion of minutes in
I
there?
think I see what you're driving at. And just to be clear, that Lois would finish this physical meeting out as well as create the minutes for this physical meeting. Is
Create the
that
draft minutes.
Correct, yes.
Is that what?
Continue and complete,
Yep.
Yes,
by Glenn to continue and complete.
yes, continue and complete.
When ready, would you repeat?
Motion by Glenn to continue and complete this meeting in the manner we have started, and starting tomorrow, all regular or special board meetings will be the responsibility of the clerk's office to handle the minutes.
You gotta put the taking of the minutes. She's not telling what she's doing.
So you and I are on the same page.
Take the minutes.
Actually, I was thinking, the first sentence, please.
First part of it.
Yep.
Continue and complete this meeting.
And its minutes.
In the manner we have started. Starting tomorrow, all regular or special board meetings will be the responsibility of the clerk's office.
Sound reasonable?
She's shaking her head. She got to put something in there about the minutes will become will go back to the responsibility of the clerk's office. That's why you're shaking your head, Lois. The word minutes isn't in there anymore. Board meeting minutes or taking of minutes. See how it came out now.
To continue and complete this meeting and its minutes
in the manner we have started, and starting tomorrow, all regular or special board meetings will be the responsibility of the clerk's office for taking minutes.
Should we put the minutes at the beginning of that sentence or leave it at the end? In other words, all board meeting minutes. blah,
Will
blah,
become the
blah.
responsibility of the clerk's office. I prefer that method,
I prefer that.
but
better
I'm
than-
fine either way.
No, get it, let's put it in the middle. It doesn't, it's,
Minutes.
I think so.
because all we want to do is you finish the process and then it goes to another person.
Continue and complete this meeting and its minutes in the manner we have started, and starting tomorrow, all regular or special board meeting minutes will be the responsibility of the clerk's office.
Go for it. Call for vote.
Does that sound like something you would say?
Possibly, but it would take me practice. So we do need a second on that motion,
I'll second it.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Who made that motion? Did you make it, Don?
Yes. Now, procedurally, we had a motion for discussion that should be rescinded. Correctly. You made that motion and Heidi
I
had seconded it.
So I'll take my second off the table.
And I'll rescind my motion.
Now we have one motion on the table that was
Yep.
made and made by me and seconded by Heidi. So
Roll call when ready.
Goss, Bellmuth,
Yes.
Glenn,
yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Bennett.
We knew it was going to happen. So let's take a 5-minute break so we can do some treasurer duty. I do apologize, but it's 10:37. I better make a note. You don't have to whisper right now. You can yell and scream. I'll whisper then in that case.
Thank you, Denise.
Oh, Lois can't take cash, can she?
Hmm?
Oh, well.
Oh,
I'm so sorry. That point,
I'm yelling.
I can't hear those at all.
she doesn't have a mic. And she really has nothing to say during the meetings. So she would be like a court stenographer.
I even started to bless her. The rest of us can't because she's not business people in the language. Got her hand on the
Okay.
And on this one, sometimes I could hear him, sometimes I couldn't because of his voice inflection. So maybe that, like, you notice when Ryan, or when I was, he had it up close, loud and clear. Everybody else is got a little further away. Voice inflection makes a difference. Maybe sometimes means much higher than that was. Last time, Melissa was up there, I heard her loud and clear. First time I did it.
Okay.
That speaker working up over your left.
Please don't ask me that.
Okay.
This here doesn't work.
Go see.
I've had 4 operations on it. But I'm hearing, so it probably is. And, it's getting a lot better. Now I can hear you. And once in a while, again, it's voice inflection. Sometimes I hear kind of loud and clear. Maybe not quite so good, be a little closer to the mic. Yeah. Because those are directional, you do have to, as, I know now, really, you really need to be careful. Like when you put that right up to his health, basically, it was really loud. But not everybody's gonna do that. Maybe they can move it a little closer. It varies. But it's so much better.
Yeah, well, no, I understand. The show was that. Oh, yeah, sure. I think it is. There was a line up there. Which one is this? Okay.
Good? Oh, no worries. Everybody ready to start the activities again?
Yes.
Heidi, are you good to go?
Yep.
Okay. And so just to recap, did we get a roll call vote in on motion number 1?
Yep.
I believe we did. Is that where we finished up?
Yeah, the returning of the duties to recording secretary to the clerk.
Right. And then during the discussion phase, I believe we indicated we wanted to break the item up into 2 different motions. Is there another motion to entertain on the floor?
I'll make the motion. I move that I gotta figure out how to word this. I move that we figure out the costs that were occurred for the minutes and replace them back to the general fund somehow, or you're gonna have to amend the budget. So, hold on a minute, Lois. That's not gonna sound real good.
Here's a thought. Is your idea to reimburse the account wherever the money came from? Is that your
Pretty
goal?
much, but,
Okay.
you know, we didn't budget it, so we either have to amend the budget for the money, or somebody has to write a check to the general fund. Because
So
we spent money that wasn't budgeted.
before we could do that, don't we have to determine the amount?
We do. But we can't seem to do that without financials.
So the motion would be potentially to provide financial documents
From the clerk
to allow for calculation and reimbursement
for monies paid for minute taking for the board minutes.
documents. Yeah, calculation of reimbursement value amount. Does that get close to your goal?
That's pretty close. I mean, we can't make a determination or vote to move it somewhere or put it somewhere till we find out how much it is.
Exactly.
Okay.
I mean, really, Chief Flynn has an item before us that had to have a budget transfer, right?
Correct.
So he must have made those calculations and then provided it to the clerk to make that happen. So
Can we stipulate in that motion that those financial documents be provided in the October packet?
And I'm not sure I want to wait that long.
No, we could always call a special meeting, meet, handle it, fix it, and move on.
I'm fine with that. I just think there has to be a deadline on that. I don't think it can be
Yeah,
open.
please put a deadline on it.
I mean, I like to hear what you're thinking. I'm open to it. I am adamant about a deadline. I just don't, where it fits in is fine.
How does 2 weeks sound?
Perfect.
Is that should be ample time?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
So is that 10 business days? Or is it 14 business days?
Do 10 business days.
2 weeks to me is 10 business days.
Okay. Can we get a reread, please, Lois?
Yeah, you want 10 business days or 2 weeks?
I think 10 business days. That's pristinely accurate.
Concise.
Motion by Ballmuth for clerk to provide financial documents within 10 business days to allow for calculation of reimbursement amount. That was it.
Spent for minutes taken. Do we need to put how many? Or no? We've put 6 months in it, it covers it.
Okay.
Don't put in the last 6 months, Lois? For board meetings. Because she records all, we're
Right.
just talking about board meetings.
No, I understand.
That works, because it'll be 0 for the months we don't need.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been years since I took them outside of this.
So one final read, please.
Motion by Ballmuth for clerk to provide financial documents within 10 business days to allow for calculation of reimbursement amount spent from minutes taken in past 6 months. Board minutes taken in the last 6 months.
Yeah. Yep.
Yep, that works. And Lois, it's got nothing to do with you, but she's got to follow procedures.
Are we ready for a vote?
I will second. I will second that.
Okay. Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Bennett. Glenn.
Yes.
Goss. Ballmuth.
Yes.
Pop.
Yes. Motion passes. All right, so item number 2. Unfinished business number 2. I do apologize to everybody who read the packet. I did not expect to have to go back to 2020 and bring all of those amendments forward just to make this one amendment. So I do apologize for all of the pages. I think there's over 100 just in this one item. So I do apologize. But to get this on the board, let me make a motion. I'll make a motion to amend the policy and procedure manual, adding section 2.4N, Whitewater Township electronic and telephonic meeting rules as amended, and section 2.40, electronic meeting accommodation policy as approved August 9th to the administrative policy and procedure manual.
I'll second the motion.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion. So in the packet, you'll see that I've provided minutes from our original discussion about the COVID process, right? This is, take yourself back to a time when Zoom was in its infancy. And we were holding meetings during 2020, March of 2020. There were a lot of things swirling around about executive orders, so on and so forth. Had to have a policy, had to have rules to follow for electronic meetings. That's really what the first few pages are about. And I would like to draw your attention to pages 108 of the packet through 111. I'm sorry. That's the wrong page number.
I was gonna say, now we're on the pension plan ordinance.
Yeah, so for some reason, page 108 through 111, they don't apply. I don't know if we have a corrupt file or what the situation is. So please excuse 108 through 111. I would like to direct your attention to page 93 and 94. Excuse my error.
It's okay.
Specifically the highlighted section in provision number 4. The highlighted section, the supervisor was actually agreed upon by the board back in 2020 to be the facilitator. But really, the supervisor or his or her replacement, for example, if I'm not here, then the clerk calls for any volunteers to run the meeting. It would be a board member running the meeting, not the facilitator. So I just kept it supervisor.
So on that, above that, then leaving that as supervisor, correct?
Mhm.
Then in the paragraph above it, G3, that section starts off, a facilitator approved by the township board. Does that need to be changed then?
No, because we still have a facilitator.
Oh,
It would be Lois. Yeah.
Okay.
It's just that Lois wouldn't take and call for motions, so on and so forth, right? Wouldn't take control of the meeting. She would continue to be the facilitator, the electronic side of things.
So that's a differential. Okay. Clear. See, I have another comment. Let me look at page 94.
Right. And this would be provision Roman numeral number 4.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so the statement is persons attending the meeting electronically may post typewritten comments, which will be displayed for all board members and meeting attendees to see. We have a distinguished guest among us who's recommended we have a monitor. So the board, the people out in public land can see who's on Zoom, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so that's how come I've put in parentheses, we don't currently do this. But I say we leave it in there and get that done.
Definitely.
Yeah, I'm a fan of that idea. Yes, that's getting a monitor up like that.
Yep. And you and I've talked about putting our digital monitor up so it would shine up over the head, my head, and that way board members can see exactly what's on the facilitator's screen, which should be Zoom folks, right?
That way you can see the chats coming in and everything else.
Yeah, and we've had one complaint, observation, not a complaint, that we weren't monitoring this meeting chat. So I apologize for not doing that, but we're doing a better job now. So I think that particular provision, Roman numeral number 4, really just stays the same as it is, and we correct or get a monitor in place. Is that board consensus?
Yep.
Yes, I'm very supportive of that.
Okay. And then in provision number 8, I wondered if we had a slight conflict with a different provision.
My read is that it is a conflict with the language in 2.4 subsection 0/5H. And I do prefer that language in 2.4 over this. So, but that's my opinion on that particular matter as well. So.
And do you have a recommendation to correct provision number 8?
Let me look here at my notes. My note is to possibly consider just removing section 8 and renumbering.
9 is 8.
Yeah.
What page is 2.40 on?
On page 91.
I have it on page 99.
99.
Under registration.
Yes.
And may I make a recommendation that we just copy 2.405H into the previous section?
That will assure that they match.
Yep.
So if you're on page 94, take number 8, and take the language from 2.40 and move that in just verbatim into that section, so it repeats itself.
Yes.
I think that's all. I'm on board with that solution.
I think that's all you need to do. Then it cleans it.
Okay.
That's the extent of any comments that I saw in this document.
Any other recommended changes?
Nope.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm fine.
I think then we're ready to vote. And yeah, sorry. Yep.
I think your motion needs to add changes as. Okay.
That's what I was just
thinking
I was
about
just gonna
too.
look at. Yeah, thank you. Are you thinking we need to add as amended in there somehow? Okay.
Yeah, we've done that.
Yeah,
before
'cause you
when we
changed
worked
it.
on a document like this.
Yeah. And so really, 2.4N is the one we amended. And so I think in anticipation of this moment, my motion did include as amended.
It did.
All right.
Okay.
So I think we're still good with that motion, if everybody's comfortable with it. Consensus?
Yep.
Yes.
Roll call when ready.
Pop,
Yes.
Goss, Bounds,
Yes.
Bennett, Glenn,
Yes.
Unfinished business number 3 is actually a throwback to our last meeting. Let's come up with a motion here. Motion to approve the August 9th, 2022 consent calendar without the controversial minutes is placed on this agenda. As placed on this agenda for approval.
say that again.
You know, I'm not sure I said what my brain was thinking because it sounds,
Could it just be modified consent calendar?
right. It would be the modified August 9th, 2022 consent calendar. And I suppose as presented. Is that good enough for a second for discussion
second it.
purposes?
For discussion.
Okay. Any questions on this particular business item?
I have none.
Okay.
I have none.
So I have several when it comes to the bills for approval. This is where we noted several purchases, like on packet page 166. Various bundles of wood, I guess.
And the check numbers are the same too.
Check numbers, dates, they're all the same. We're just not following our purchase order policy here. That's plain and simple. We're not following it. Packet page 167, a $2,000 expenditure to Fleas and Vanderbrink. That purchase order needs to have 2 signatures on it. I think we heard from public comment that anytime we're writing checks, we ought to have some type of backup. Our policy says we should be doing that. And then I see this is where somebody from the July meeting or August meeting, excuse me, questioned the pressure washing of the tables. Split 2 different.
But same check.
Same
Wood
check, same invoice number, but somehow 2 line items don't qualify for the purchase order. And
Gotta
so
follow procedures here.
you know, I'm gonna, I guess, vote to support the approval of this calendar, but moving forward, we have to be able to have access to these documents before I'm comfortable approving payments. Now, if we follow purchase order policy and we find that it needs to be modified, good deal, let's modify it.
Well, let's find out where the problem is and let's fix it.
But let's follow the policy. I mean, literally, I had to have 25 pages of emails to get a $250 purchase order to put an ad in the Record Eagle.
Yeah.
So moving forward, I entertain any help that board members could provide on a better process.
I'd be curious what the auditors thought when they looked at this.
I don't know that internal controls are looked at. Matter of fact, I think if we reread their engagement letter, they specifically don't comment on internal controls, because those are our rules that we want to follow. They're not state rules, they're not federal rules, they're our rules.
So what would you suggest? Should we have all the checks lined up here and come half hour early and look at them all, or?
Well, that's a little off topic, but I would love help developing whatever you think is the right path forward. And if you like where we're at, I'm fine with that too.
Oh, I don't like where we're at with this.
So I think we have a motion and a second for the consent calendar of August 9. Any additional comments? Roll call when ready.
Glenn,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Bennett, Goff, Ballmer,
Yes.
New business number 1. I'll make a motion to authorize the supervisor to sign the proposal acceptance agreement between Whitewater Township and North Place Planning.
I second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? I see Randy is here today. Would you like him to come up to the podium for any questions? You two folks actually interviewed him.
Yes.
So it would be your turn.
Randy and I have met several times and never once have we discussed business. I'm comfortable with Randy. I'm totally comfortable. I know precisely what bait he fishes with, so I'm good. And I don't like fishing. I will make my normal recommendation that the agreement still goes out to legal, even though the agreement you see before you was based off of what we had with our previous consultant with provisions eliminated. My concern is if we eliminate something, did we cut too deep? That would be my concern. But that's, again, a board decision to send the agreement portion to legal for review.
I think sending it to legal is much protection for the board as it is for Randy Melnick. I think it cuts both ways. I think if we have something in there that's doesn't seem right, then it should be fixed. So I think that works both ways. So.
And are you getting a date? Legal will return it within. I don't want it to get lost.
Well, I can assure you it'll be on my radar.
Okay.
But I would appreciate any type of backup reminder that you would like to schedule. Because I do make mistakes.
Well, no, I'm just hoping the attorney does it in a timely manner.
And so to expedite things, would the board be comfortable with sending this proposed agreement out? And then whatever comes back from legal, authorize the supervisor to sign if it's agreeable with the independent contractor?
I am comfortable with that.
I'm okay with that.
We've done that on many occasions, so that's not something new.
So then maybe amending my motion, motion to send agreement. Let's be specific. What is the name of that agreement?
proposal from North Place Planning LLC.
I think you're looking for what's on page 255.
255, thank you.
It's the proposal acceptance agreement.
Yeah, thank you.
Mhm.
Motion to forward the proposal acceptance agreement to legal for review and authorize the supervisor to sign amended proposal acceptance agreement between Whitewater Township and North Place Planning.
I think that covers it. I was the second on that, so.
So before I call for a roll call vote, I would like to invite Randy forward just to make sure he's still willing.
Exactly. I was just gonna say, you sure he
So,
still wants to do this?
I would like him to have the opportunity to ask questions of the board. Is that?
Please do.
Please do.
Okay. Would you mind coming forward? Feel free to introduce yourself.
Hey, Randy Melnick, resident of the township, and I provided the proposal to you probably several weeks ago upon request, and I'm perfectly comfortable with the notion of having the attorney review this and making sure that its protections go both ways. I would also want to draw your attention to a couple elements of the proposal here that speaks to the fact that there's a lot of emphasis on the master plan, which is really what started the ball rolling. But then in the last several months, there's been a lot of discussion about the ordinance and where we are with that. So there's a sense of where's the priorities in this whole scenario here. So I would like to suggest that at the earliest convenience, we get together and talk about what is the priorities here, and to be anticipating the planning commission meeting next month, and potential board meetings, so forth. So just so we can get some sort of sense of workflow. And I mean, the master plan is important, but then you also have a lot of development issues that are very important as well. So, and those hinge on your ordinance development. So that's all I really have. If you have any questions of me, I'm happy to answer.
I'm just going to weigh in. I think your assessment of, because we originally interviewed back in June, if I remember right, before you left for holiday. And I do agree that the genesis of this was along the master plan. After spending time with you and review 3.5, almost 4 hours, and reviewing your credentials and other activities that you've done in your career, my takeaway from that interview was that the master plan initially, although there are some components that have been started on, it still needs to be mapped out in terms of what the Gantt chart or what the process might be. And I think that is my assessment is that is something that is well within your skill set. In light of some of the things that we've done with the ordinances and the moratorium, I would venture as one vote on here that we start to work that as quickly as possible to get that moratorium in line, off the boards with the corrected ordinances. And so that takes more than just my opinion and my vote, but I see that as a jumping off point.
I was going to ask if we could answer his question. And so I like what you said, and I am 100% supportive. And it echoes the public comment that we need to figure out the moratorium and how best to get some development moving as quickly as possible. And so I do support what you said. I believe the master plan is secondary at this point. Heidi?
Yep, I'm gonna echo that 100%.
So the other two board members might not agree, or they might, but we'll figure that out kind of as we go through this process, right?
It sounds like it connects to your earlier conversation too about your procedures for purchase orders and so forth. So that may be something to work into that as well. So my hope is that we have a clear work scope and a timeline and costs associated with it. So we're all clear on the work to be done and when and how and so forth, in addition to the master plan.
Yeah, and really my caveat or addition to that statement is who assigns Randy the work, right? And so we may be looking towards the planning commission as a group. We may be looking towards the zoning administrator, but that's probably something we have to develop here at this level, because we don't want you to have 5 different masters. That would be just wrong.
Very difficult.
Yeah. I guess, I have thoughts on that as well. So I guess when the time's right, we can discuss that, but I differ slightly from you, however.
6 masters, okay.
No, I see that just slightly different, although I hear your point. I think that, I think this is a top-down type of situation.
Okay. Yeah, and I, seeing what happens in some of these other meetings, I guess I can't disagree. So, okay, well, I think we're ready to vote. Thank you, Randy.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Randy.
Roll call when ready.
Bones,
Yes.
Bennett, Pop,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Goss.
When will you set your reminder for tomorrow around this time?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, good.
Don't dilly-dally.
New business number 2, Planning Commission appointment. Let's see. Packet page 257.
Okay, I will make a motion to confirm the recommendation of the supervisor appointing Heidi Valmuth to a position on the Whitewater Township Planning Commission. The term shall coincide with her elected term of office for Whitewater Township trustee.
I'll second. Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Goss, Bones,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Bennett.
New business number 3, Park and Recreation Advisory Committee recommendation. I do have a correction here on packet page 260. And thank you to the public who reads this packet with great detail.
You got it.
Really.
Listen, the call was on my phone, then it went to your phone.
So just thank you. I have incorrectly indicated in my recommendation memo on page 260 that Amber lives on Skeegmug Point Road when she actually lives on Baggs Road. So if we could make that change, and you'll find that on the subsequent page, her application indicates Baggs Road. I will probably make a change to the official document that I file with the appointment process. So can the board accept that?
Yes.
That typo?
Yeah.
Yeah, fine with that.
Okay. So I'll entertain a motion.
I'll put the motion out there to move Amber Voice for recommendation of the PrAC for discussion purposes only. You all right with that?
Sure.
But I need a second.
What was the motion again?
I move to put Amber Voice up for appointment on the PrAC Commission for discussion purposes only.
And I'll second.
And here's why I'm making that statement. I've watched several PrAC meetings. I've been to several PrAC meetings. I think yesterday was last night was the first time I watched everybody relax. Even Fran said something. So, in my opinion, this person should attend some more meetings. Maybe assist them, the PrAC committee, in their newfound interests. And then come back at a later date and see if she still wants to join them. Because I saw a lot of good things last night. And then we'll have to wait to see what happens moving forward.
What do you mean specifically? Can you develop that idea a little more?
Well,
so I heard a couple of different things that this person should attend more meetings. Were you meaning
I mean the PrAC meetings.
Were you meaning the applicant should?
The applicant should, I'm sorry.
Okay.
The applicant should, just so that she's aware of what she's getting into. I
And
know she might think, but.
What did you mean by that?
Well, last night was a completely different meeting.
It was a happy meeting?
It was so happy. The woman that has never said anything for every meeting I've watched actually said something.
Okay.
So
the fact that you would like the applicant to attend a couple more meetings might be for her protection, not for her education.
Correct.
Gotcha.
Because if I was a private citizen right now and I sat in some of our meetings, I would consider them a extremely large waste of time, which means you walk away or you walk in the room with a bad attitude. And I think that some good things are starting to happen on some of these committees. And I think we need the outside in pushing a little more. I don't want somebody to walk in to something they think they're walking into and get a totally different picture. No surprises. Just my opinion.
Amber's here, so I've got a question for her.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I should have invited you up. I apologize. Where are my manners?
So I went back and reviewed not once, twice, 3 times the Zoom meeting from June 14th, at which your public opinion, you're certainly entitled to your opinion. But as a board member, you had commented on several items at that meeting, and one of which is that you were vehemently opposed to the closing of High Prairie Playground. And despite the overwhelming evidence that there was a inspection that had not passed since 2019. And despite the knowledge that was out there as to what was causing that, the risk to the township, the risk to the health and welfare of kids, you were adamantly opposed to closing that playground. Can you tell me why?
Because I was told that those inspections that
were clarified that you guys were saying that you had inspections that were saying that the park was closed, or they didn't pass inspection, I should say, were not true. Those were allegations that I had heard on that side, that the parks were not considered, is it ADA inspection, that the parks were not considered ADA approved parks. So therefore, they didn't have to meet ADA compliance. That is why I was told that they were in compliance for what type of park they were. They're not an ADA park. They're not set up as an ADA park. I was told the inspections were ADA for ADA compliance. Therefore, that's why they did not pass, even though they're not ADA parks. And you can go up there. They're not an ADA park. They've never been an ADA park. I don't disagree fixing the parks. I 100% agree with that. You know, fixing the borders, stuff like that. But from what I was told, those parks were not ADA compliance, just not regular compliance, just ADA.
Okay. Thank you for your answer.
Yeah.
Again, a gigantic game of telephone.
I don't have any questions. Amber and I spent a lot of time together. I'd love to have her talent on the PrAC. However, my personal, my professional feeling is that I don't want to contaminate her with the message, the mixed message that's currently circulating in PrAC. And this whole notion of spend the money or lose it, I don't know where that came from. The whole notion from June that I wasn't going to put you forward because of a conflict of interest. I'll take responsibility of that one because I might have misspoke. I don't know. There just seems to be a lot of fixing with PrAC, and I don't know that we can get it done with the current members, quite honestly.
Well, here's an idea. I look at it this way, and I'm dead serious when I say go into a meeting and you might not want to participate after you see what goes on to the meeting, but do this. Since there seems to be an enormous amount of misinformation all over the place, go help them. Sit in the audience, be a private citizen, and then make up your mind. Give it 2-3 meetings and see if you still want to do that. And the only reason I'm saying that is because I saw a new light last night, and let's see how long it stays on. But I'm a person that wants a directive, an objective, and a goal, and an end date. And I'm more than happy to budget money. I'm more than happy to follow projects, but what I won't do is just give the money away.
I agree.
It's my job to watch the projects from start to finish. If they're over budget, I got a big problem. So those are my comments.
May I say something back?
Oh,
Sure,
absolutely.
go ahead.
Absolutely.
I agree with you. I agree things should be done in order. My comment obviously was wrong about the parks in June. These are all misinformations now that I get hearsay and this and that. I agree things should be done in order. Things should be paper trail. Things should be 100% like, get a new ordinance for the parks. Make sure a new inspection is done. If there's that much disagreement, 100% agree. A new inspection should be done. Unfortunately, yes, it costs money, but let's all be on the same page. Let's all be up to date and then go from there. Okay, this is not appropriately done right. Let's fix how much is this going to cost? Let's do this. Let's bring it to the board. What do we need to do? I think as a PrAC person, I love what the parks have. I love what Whitewater Township has to offer. I think that sometimes having somebody new, somebody young, somebody with kids in school is a good fresh start to having new ideas, new great things. I don't want to live in a
concrete castle. I don't want to live in New York. That's why I live in Whitewater Township. I love what everybody wants to offer here, all these ideas, and agree 100%. It needs to be done right. A, B, C, D. You need to follow the trail with everything starting at the appropriate things, inspections, estimates, approval from the board, making sure the funds are there from A, B, and C. Cutting corners doesn't work. I work on the baseball board. You can't fund something without money. So you can't make it a great thing without doing all the proper channels and keeping everybody informed in the community. That's your big thing, and having the proper documentation to support your statements.
Do you understand my statement?
I do.
And only because what's happening is if you don't know what's going on in the meeting, you end up just sitting there not saying nothing.
I have two follow-up questions based on, and actually a statement as well. To your earlier answer on my question on the June 14th meeting, it would be incumbent on not just yourself, but many individuals to quit accepting allegations and the misinformation and half-truths and spend the time to research the facts or reach out and make a phone call or send an email to get to the bottom of the situation before you judge and pass some opinion on those types of things.
Any board member in specific?
I am.
Just to ask that question.
That was uncalled for. I apologize.
Well, who do we direct these comments to then?
We all
Or
work for you.
questions?
Pick one.
So let me.
Just anybody then, okay.
Well, I initiated that action on the High Parade Playground with the support of other board members. So I'm more than happy to take the point on that. And I think that's a good rule of thumb, is take a look at who initiated the action. And although there were other team members in there, I think that's a good starting point for information as to why that happened.
Okay.
So let me get to the other questions. Okay. On the PrAC, what role in your mind does the PrAC play in the day-to-day operations of the Whitewater Township camping grounds?
The campground itself?
Yep. What role should the advisory committee play in the Whitewater Township camp and play and boat?
And the boat launch, you said too? Or
And the
just
whole, in the
whole thing
Whitewater
itself?
campground.
The whole campground?
Yeah. What role should they play on a day-to-day basis?
Okay. This is gonna kind of sound weird.
Okay.
I'm not gonna try to steer, I'm not trying to steer here. I am told that the campground is kind of a self-sufficient thing, and I could be wrong. It's still part of Whitewater Township, but the campground takes care of itself. With that being said, I feel like the PrAC should make sure that there are safety issues in line and check for the campground. I know like the rangers do their thing, but proper ranger stations, proper boat launching, proper sites that have campgrounds for in and out, proper accessibility for ambulances, fire trucks, any stuff like that. It should be up to safety measures for the community itself. All that should be a PrAC thing, with the exception also of, the playground. That's a safety measure too. That should be all done. The water, having appropriate signage down there, that's all Parks and Rec stuff. That's part of the community, making sure we have the community that people want to go to, but also that is safe.
And that's not that strange of an answer. I guess and I'm not to put words in your mouth, but so what I'm hearing you say is you believe that there are some activities that take place at the Whitewater Township campground that the PrAC committee should be involved in as needed to help protect the health and welfare.
It is our community.
That's what I heard. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it is our community campground.
Okay,
So-
good. I did hear what you said then. All right. And then the second question, taking that into a higher level, what role do you believe that the PrAC should have in developing any short range or long-term range projects within the campground? And the reason I asked that is at the PrAC meeting last night, there was there was brought up by several PrAC members that none of the PrAC members had been consulted by the park administrator regarding the boat launch project. I find that a little bit incredulous. So in your mind, what role should the PrAC committee, how involved should they be in the development of short-term and long-term projects, capital projects at Whitewater Township?
I think they should be very much involved in it, being that it is a park. I think they should be involved as far as useful resources for helping gather information. For example, like I know the boat launch is a big thing on the docket that keeps going back and forth. Park and Rec is there for a resource to help gather information, gather, whatever needs to be done as far as water, maybe estimates, different ideas of things that they can use, bring it in a packet to the Parks and Rec, have the Parks and Rec, the Rangers, have them all work together, because that's what they're there for, to bring a packet to the board, to have presentation, to not waste people's time. I mean, that's what they're there for. They're useful resources. That they want to see good things coming out of the parks, the trails. So I think they should, anything that has to do with different parks, for example, the campground, the High Parade, Lossy Trail, Sand Lakes, all those trails, they should at least have acknowledgement of what is going on, because that's what they're there for, to help.
Thank you.
I have no further questions.
I have one more. Do you see where I'm coming from because of the game of telephone?
Yeah, I do.
We have to make sure that when we walk in the room, we know the facts, that we're not there to tarnish the project, taint the project, but assist with the project. I'm good. Thank you.
And so a final point of clarity from me, you can contact any board member anytime. And that goes for the public. That goes for anybody who's in this room or on Zoom. We are your servants. We work for you. And so if you have a question on anything that you read, that I've written, that anybody has written, come to us. Not a problem. Roll call vote.
This was for discussion. This was.
Yeah, I think we need.
I'm sorry.
And
I do apologize.
And I think we need to define the term as well. I feel like that was missing from the original discussion motion.
So we're done with discussion. Would that be kind of right?
Yes.
Okay, so that motion is now done and over with, right?
Yes.
So we could then start with a new motion as typed on page 260. If one felt so moved.
A motion to confirm the recommendation of the supervisor appointing Amber Boyce to a partial 3-year position on the Whitewater Township Parks and Recreational Advisory Committee. The term will end on December 31st, 2024.
I'll second. Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Bennett, absent Glenn,
Yes.
Goss, absent Bellmuth,
I'm going to give you a year and a half and see how good you are. Yes.
Pop.
Yes. Motion passes. Congratulations.
Welcome aboard.
And do we have some paperwork for you? So thinking of paperwork, let's touch base with the clerk sometime later in the week. I don't know when she'll be feeling well enough to reattend, but just an email, I think. And there'll be some documents, some employee stuff and some payroll stuff that she'll want to get taken care of. Okay. Sounds great. Thank you for enduring that interview.
Thank you, Amber. Thank you. Look forward to working with you.
Okay, so new business number 4, proposed ordinance number 62, an ordinance to prohibit medical marijuana establishments.
I'll make a motion to waive the township self-imposed public hearing on all non-zoning ordinance and ordinance amendments in case of proposed ordinance number 62, an ordinance to prohibit medical use marijuana establishments within the boundaries of Whitewater Township.
I'll second. Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Pop,
Yes.
Goss, absent, Bellmuth,
Yes.
Bennett, absent, Glenn.
Yes.
Motion passes. Motion 2.
I'll make a motion to adopt proposed ordinance number 62, an ordinance to prohibit medical use and marijuana establishments within the boundaries of Whitewater Township as amended.
I'll second for discussion purposes. Do you have any comments, Don?
I do. I'm going to follow the recent citizens vote on adult use. Looking back at the survey that was done several years ago, the results were incredibly similar, which was an overwhelming majority. And the survey was designated on the whole topic of marijuana. And I think that the actions recently have proven that the people are clear in Whitewater Township, that they do not want either or. And so I think that the data suggests that this should be repealed.
Heidi?
Well, you know me and homework. So I went to a meeting on Monday in Acme. It was standing room only. And it proves my point. The people need their voice back. They want simple and humble. Here you go. If you want to know what happened in Acme, go to another meeting. It's not pleasant.
Your thoughts, Ron?
Well, thank you. I'm supportive of the whole idea. My only recommendation is that we slightly modify the motion because of the complex nature of marijuana law and the frequency of changes in marijuana law. I'd recommend that we have this proposed amendment viewed by the legal department.
That's fine.
So I'd be very supportive of motion number 2 as amended by legal.
I would be supportive of that.
I'd be okay with that.
So we would keep the same motion number 2, except add the words by legal and move the period to after legal.
Okay.
So can I get a modified motion maybe? Or
So you want?
would you agree to that?
I'll agree to that.
Change?
I'll agree to that change.
And I think I seconded.
You seconded.
Is that correct?
Mhm.
That is
So
correct.
I would agree to second that amended motion.
Could I just please get that read back to make sure that the end, the sentence, it ends the way I think it is?
Motion by Ballmer to adopt proposed ordinance number 62, an ordinance to prohibit medical marijuana establishments within the boundaries of Whitewater Township as amended by legal.
Okay, what did you say? To prohibit? What's after the
Medical
word?
marijuana establishments.
Medical use. Okay,
The word use is omitted, but I believe what I heard is medical marijuana establishments. And from my education, that is a correct term. Medical marijuana establishments is all.
okay. I just want to make sure it's all covered.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, just to be clear, this does not affect one's personal use.
Nope.
Right?
Or caregivers? Nope.
Caregivers, nothing to
Carers.
that. This is
Nope.
strictly the commercial production and the commercial
Medical.
processing
For medical and rec.
for medical.
Correct.
Yep.
We just want to give back to the people what somebody took away.
I'm ready to vote. Is that
I'm good.
roll call when ready, please?
Glenn,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Bennett absent, Goss absent, Ballmer.
Yes.
Heidi, can I get the Word version of the proposed ordinance? And that way I'll get it off to legal.
The word is in the next page.
Sorry. I'm not sure I understood. Yeah.
You want
word-
the ordinance, right?
Yeah, the Word version or however this was created. It came to me in a PDF.
Oh, you need it in Word?
The Word document, the
Yeah.
application.
So if legal wanted to make a change, a comma or some kind of punctuation, it would be
Okay,
easier.
Don, I'll be ringing your phone. Just letting you know. I think I have it in both anyways. I'll look.
Okay, so we are nearing the 12 o'clock hour. The next agenda item is huge. What do folks want to do?
Well, I'd like to continue, but maybe take a 5-minute break.
Or a 15-minute break,
Then-
because all these people might have to use the bathroom. It doesn't matter to me, whatever you want to do.
What are your thoughts, Ron?
10-minute break. Let's go 10 minutes.
10, we're good.
All right, everybody hurry up. Go wee wee. So we'll resume here at 12:03.
So how do you want to, do you want like Denise and I just like start making little paragraphs?
Let me look at all this stuff.
We don't want you to have to do the whole thing all by yourself. Put little verbiage together.
You
Like,
can,
just look at the statement from the grant and we'll try to give you a flow. Little happiness or.
well, our business item coming up is for lapel microphones. And so we may even just eliminate these things completely. And that way the microphone sits in the same spot every time, right on your lapel. Right.
It's right on the edge.
But I'm just saying, if you look at that, the other document I sent you.
Right.
it Says you have the attitude. Maybe we can focus on other areas.
Thank you.
Statistics don't go, put in, if you read what each one they want, they go into detail. I mean, we're just gonna go with statistics and numbers. I can say it's numbers. So, that's what I got for
No more new buildings.
I was hoping they wanted them. Nothing. You know, I saw Tom yesterday, but I didn't talk to him about the Lisa stuff. We were definitely just looking at that stuff. So when do you want that check in?
I don't know, it depends on what Tom's gonna do.
So then you are 3,000 anyway. Look at that. I got the impression that because his is a 501c3, he doesn't need it to go into a 501c3. He doesn't have any seat. Oh, I'm bored, sorry.
I didn't know he was a 501.
The Cosmo Foundation. Yes.
I keep thinking it's from his business.
That's what I heard. That's what I So, yes, I will, get you a check. I have to do a separate check. I will just get out of it. So that's next year so far. Make it out to West Shore. Spencer.
Yeah. Your personal.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fun. I spent the first 10 years. Actually, I think Yeah, they are more of a stickler on Well, in case I had to look this up. No. You should have never looked up. You were I love it. I love it. Very clear. That's funny, you said, seven, you know, the first back I had it, man. Then you are, of course, you trying to catch it, where
Tom is hearing us on Zoom. Oh, really? He's calling me all the time. I'm like, okay, this is a repeat call. I better take this. Because Tom was saying he put that on the outlet or. This is great. We've got. Catching the conversation. She is never even occurred to me. See, now I know who Tom is online. Thank you, Tom. You know, that way you have ideas from somebody. I'll tap her on the shoulder like that.
Yeah, you know, that would probably be more socially acceptable, wouldn't it?
You could have just gone along.
We should just call you up. Okay, you're next. Come in, run down the street.
Okay. Okay. We'll reconvene here at 12:03. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Don, for making the correction to my memo on page 271. This amendment packet did not include proposed amendment 8.5. I'll make a motion to accept as amended proposed ordinance amendments number 83 and 84.
I'll second that motion for.
Motion made and seconded for discussion. if I may start.
Please, I would like that.
So we kind of, I think we heard from Planning Commission Chairwoman Mangus that she would like a board consensus on items that need to be addressed. And so I have, I'll say 10 items. Do we go through them one at a time? Do we go through each paragraph? What would the board like to do? What's most efficient?
I see no reasons not to start with your 10, if you've got those listed out.
Okay.
Yeah, you might as well go 1 through 10. I only have one, but hopefully you cover it. Continue on.
Okay, well, I hate to be the first one to talk.
It's okay. There's only 3 of us. Go.
I think that's going to happen today.
Okay. On packet page 273. And this would be, I found this presentation very confusing, quite honestly. And I'm not finding fault with the people that put it together. I'm certain it's clear in their mind. But I don't know if packet page 273 is amendment 5 or 84. Don't know. I do know that on packet page 273, I don't have any questions or comments.
On page 273.
Yep.
Yep.
And I believe that that is amendment number 83.
That's what I'm thinking.
That's what I think that is.
And your rationale for that is because that's the way it was sent over to us, or you believe that that's the sequential order that we're currently in the township?
I think that's the sequential order. Yep. And I see that Kim is still online. I'd like to have her unmute if that's all right with you or the board.
I'm good with that.
And she might be able to answer simple questions like this.
Thank you, Kim, for making yourself available.
Certainly. The order in which they were presented to you, Articles 1, 12, and 14 is Amendment 83.
All right, so what you're saying is our packet page 273 is amendment 83.
Yes.
Okay.
Can't use your outside voice because the speaker's not working real well.
All I have to use is my natural voice. Let me know if you can't hear me.
For some reason, that has changed.
It has reversed entirely. It is very hard to hear people on Zoom and much easier to hear people in town hall now.
Just hang on a second, Kim. He's working on some of this audio settings.
Okay. Because if you can't hear me, you can't hear anybody.
You try it again, Kim?
Can you hear me?
Nope.
Okay, well, more training, I guess.
I can project more if that's needed.
That's weird. These two are so quiet.
Mm-hmm.
But no one should have to talk as loud as I'm speaking right now to be heard on the system for it to be operating properly.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
you got better.
Yeah, but when I go up too far with the gain, then our microphones begin to feed back.
What if we turn off the podium microphone since they're not in use at this point? Will that stop the reverb?
Let's adjust them down just a little bit.
We'll put it down here so you know it's on.
Try it now, Kim.
Ooh, got the reverb. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
This is my regular speaking voice, which is loud by comparison to an average human.
No arguments.
Some things are just reality. So can you hear me reasonably now?
It's better.
Okay. I'll pump up the volume and you can check into the system again later.
Sure. Okay, so if this packet page 273 is ordinance amendment number 83, I'll make a motion to approve proposed amendment 83 as presented. As amended, excuse me. I don't think that. I did, and so that's a mistake. So maybe what we ought to do, we should address these one at a time, I think. And so
So you're gonna rescind your
I'm going to
motion?
rescind my original motion. And I am going to make a new motion to approve, to accept proposed zoning ordinance amendment number 83 as amended.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
Okay, just hold on for 1 second. I want to just check something out here. Hang on.
I'm on packet page 273 as amended.
So I am slightly confused on this, and I will tell you why. And the reason being is I'm under the impression that zoning amendment 83 covers 3 parts: Article 1, the preamble, 12, the setbacks, and 14, the waterfront. Zoning ordinance amendment number 84 addresses Article 25, the site plan review and special use permit. I'm just asking, are you cutting it short with your motion on just the preamble?
So I may have misunderstood what Kim said. I thought amendment 83 was contained on page 273.
Only on page
Only on 273. Did I
No,
misunderstand?
that is not correct.
Okay,
Amendment 83 includes Article 1, Article 12, and Article 14.
got it.
And you will notice, once you get past that, you run into all the legalese about permissibility, separability, et cetera, in the document. So that would be the end of Article 83. Article proposed zoning ordinance amendment 83.
One of the reasons why we should have focused amendments, none of this multiple stuff. But at any rate, okay, so if that's the case, we still have a motion on the floor for amendment number 83. Is that correct?
Proposed ordinance number 83 as amended.
And we have a second. So we have a motion made and seconded to discuss this then.
Yes.
Okay.
Supervisor Pop?
Yes.
If I can just forward to you, there's no reason the board couldn't approve section 1, not approve section 2, and approve section 3. So you can break it down like that if you so choose.
Gotcha.
You will find our findings of fact were done in that manner.
So my first question really begins on page 274. And it is in the title block itself. My note says, is a question, does this follow the coloring scheme? And the coloring scheme, of course, is red, black, red, and blue. Each color means something. So is yard actually new or just deleted? And I guess that's deleted.
Under buildings, Article 12,
Yeah.
yes, yard was deleted. It is not a term that is typically used elsewhere in the ordinance. It is an outdated term and it's not what we have defined in the ordinance.
My next question is on 1210A. Does anybody have another question before that?
Not before that, no.
So once upon a time, we had both a square footage minimum as well as a minimum of 24-foot width.
Mhm.
Why can we have our width back too?
That was taken out years ago.
That wasn't the question.
Could it theoretically be reintroduced? Yes. There are some concerns as to the rationale of why it was there in the first place. And I can elaborate if you'd like.
And the rationale would be to minimize single wide mobile homes being parked on temporary foundations.
We actually have a provision in the ordinance for that to be done. Mobile homes are permissible per our current ordinance. And the origins of that width restriction was to bypass the state law that says you can't restrict certain forms of housing. So it was another way to kind of sort of do it and does not meet the standard of intent. The intent was to bypass state law. Thus, it was not an appropriate standard to have in the ordinance. But like I said, that's several years old. It did come up a couple times where individuals were making the interpretation that every piece of a house had to be more than X number of feet wide. And that was not always practical. There might be an outcropping on one side of a house that was not 24 feet wide.
I would divert this back to a planning question, quite honestly, a planner question. I understand that we should allow all forms of housing in the township, but that doesn't mean we have to allow all forms of township or all forms of housing in every district. At least I don't think it does.
If you check the ordinance, you will find if you're specifically talking about mobile homes, they're allowed in ag and RC. They are not allowed in every district.
Yeah, well, I don't want one next to me. I mean, I've got money invested in my place.
And like I said, that's not a current amendment. That's a long-standing, it's been there for years. When we reviewed the mobile home regulations for the township and removed the mobile home park district, that's when that was taken care of, when that was altered.
Right. My next question is under 12.11.
I want to go back to 12.1C. Kim, what was the research on the campground cabins not exceeding 650 square feet? How was that data point derived?
The concept was over 700 square feet was a residence.
Okay, so there was, all right, so the delineation.
That was really it.
650 is purely in there for a delineation, arbitrary for a cabin versus a home.
Yes, and so the argument would be so that it would be more clearly delineated that that was simply a cabin in a family or commercial campground and not a potential residence that would thus be subject to division and separation and establishment as a permanent year-round residential structure, because our standards for setbacks and layout are different.
Okay.
And again, that is also an old standard, an older standard.
Okay, she answered my question.
Okay. Heidi?
I'm good so far.
So I'm at 12.11C.
Okay,
And so my comment is starting and end points need to be better defined. For example, walkout basements will have a sloped low and high side. Where will the measurement be taken from? From the low point to the eave, low point to the peak?
midpoint, and I believe that is covered under definitions.
So without definitions then being a part of this proposal, we don't know that.
Give me just a moment.
And I wouldn't necessarily read the definition of maximum height.
Building height, the building height is the vertical distance measured from the finished grade to the highest point of the roof surface of a flat roof to the deck of a mansard to the average height level between eaves and ridge of gables, hip and gambrel roofs. Where the building may be situated on a sloping terrain, the height shall be measured from the highest finished grade at the building wall. So it's in our definitions. That can be put elsewhere, but again, that's not something that was changed in this amendment.
Okay,
But I was fairly certain we did have it defined. It's just defined in a different location.
and that's going to be Article 3 under definitions.
Yes.
Anybody have an issue with D? How about E? I have an issue with E, Edward. And I scoured 26. I certainly could have missed it. I see no provisions for variances in General Ordinance 26 Land Division. I looked at our current ordinance, the one that is listed online. It indicates, I'm recalling from memory, provision 26, 7D3 or something of that nature. And there's nothing with respect to with the ratio there. So even our current published ordinance refers to a spot in 26 that does not answer this question. And so I think for me, this is a red line item that needs to have further, and I could have missed it.
And you're referring to 12.11E?
Yes.
Again, that's something we didn't change. And it does not make a specific reference to any particular area in 26. It just refers to General Ordinance 26, Land Division Ordinance.
Okay, well, I'm here to tell you that the one that the zoning ordinance published online does make a specific reference to section and provision number. So I don't know where you get your information from, but this does not follow these words as presented are not in our current ordinance.
Okay.
You're referring to, in General Ordinance 26, you're referring to section 7D.
Yeah.
Because that reads the ratio of depth to width of any parcel created by the division does not exceed a 3-to-1 ratio.
But you'll find as 26 grows newer, that does change to 1 to
There's-
4.
Yeah, there's a couple amendments. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, so is your question about E or F? Sorry, D or E?
Edward,
Okay, Edward. Okay, in my copy of the zoning ordinance, section 12.11 notes, number 5 is verbatim what is here. So,
so for the purpose of this conversation and to speed up the review of this, I just say ask the board for consensus that E gets verified.
okay,
I'm good with that.
I'm okay with that.
And the easiest way to verify that, in my opinion, is to list the section and provision number, if any, of ordinance 26 that they're referencing.
Yeah, direct reference.
Yep.
Yeah.
okay. So just to be clear, you specifically wanted to list the exact location in the general ordinance.
Where variances are allowed.
Okay, and you feel that this text is not what's currently in our zoning ordinance?
I think that I even downloaded a new copy yesterday from the website just to make sure. And I felt that there is a variance here. That really doesn't matter to me. If it's identical language or if there's a mixed.
It needs to be correct regardless.
Well, we just want to refer to the right section. That's all.
Okay.
That's all.
All right.
My next question is on page 275 under R1 uses. The term general.
Yes.
I don't know what general use is defined as. Is it defined as use by right?
All as a specific, all as opposed to specific.
Say that again, Kim, please.
All as opposed to specific. Whereas if you go down to R2, you will see it outlines single family has one standard, 2 family has a different standard.
Yeah, I just, I'm not sure what general means. If we went and looked at, I don't have my zoning ordinance open again, but if we went back and looked in the districts, well, I guess I'll just have to open it up. All right, so from the township website, I guess we go. Sorry for the delay. That's the term I was looking for. I apologize. So I am online to the township website with the posted zoning ordinance, specifically looking at R1 residential permitted uses. Is that what you mean by general?
It means all uses that aren't specified as something other elsewhere in the ordinance.
Okay. Did anybody else have an issue there?
I'm just trying to think I'm thinking, what other term would we use there?
Permitted uses.
But it also applies to special uses,
Not necessarily.
unless it's specified otherwise. So if it's not specified otherwise, it would apply to the special use. So you could list it as all uses or just all. But permitted might not be specific enough.
Well, if these setbacks are good for all uses, then what's the reason for having a special use with potentially greater setbacks? Does that ever happen?
That does happen, but it doesn't always happen.
Okay.
A special use might define a greater setback, but if it does not, it would still be the baseline setback for the district.
Well,
So like we don't have special setbacks for a veterinary clinic. It's the same as any other entity in the commercial district. But we might for a dog kennel. In fact, we do for a dog kennel.
Yeah.
You know, that there's a difference.
You can limit dog kennels, but not homes under 10 feet wide. Okay, so then my next question then is under 12.13. So I guess nothing to do there. We're just going to leave it as general.
Your call.
13 RC commercial campground.
Yes.
Did I miss where commercial campground is a listed use, either by right or by special use in the RC district? I see the zoning ordinance talks about private family campgrounds, but not commercial campgrounds.
Yes, in the RC district, 11.11B is commercial campgrounds subject to Article 25. 25.21D specifically. So yes, it's in there.
No. So if the use is listed, if it's a listed use, I think our ordinance should have it under the permitted uses or the special uses. Going to a site plan review article to see if a commercial campground is a usable, is a use allowed in a zoning district seems like how we got to the site condominium issue.
Okay.
I don't know.
Are you indicating that you feel it should be indicated by special use permit or that it shouldn't be here at all?
Maybe this discussion needs to have its own meeting.
That's what I'm thinking.
I would agree. I would agree. This is, I'm finding myself bouncing around between lots of documents and it's just,
Right.
it's difficult. It's difficult at best. And I think that we should schedule something specifically for 83 and 84. And just with the focus on it. That way I can, frankly, I can get everything needed to pull together for one.
Okay.
So.
And then maybe this is a special meeting with the planning commission.
I was just gonna recommend
would-
that.
Yes.
I was just gonna recommend that.
It's like I had a Vulcan mind transfer.
Okay, everyone, calendars out.
Well, the other way to handle it is if individual members have individual questions. A lot of these, we might be able to just knock out.
No.
Yeah, I don't think the
Your call.
current board members are feeling that, Kim.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to try to schedule something now or later, later at the last part of the meeting.
What's the board's pleasure? September's already pretty busy with the town hall meeting coming up.
Yeah, I'm unavailable the following week, the week of the 26th. So we're looking at my schedule. If not next week, until October 3rd, the week of October 3rd.
How about if I try and create a doodle poll again?
Oh, those work well. Okay.
Yeah, well, the first one just had the wrong, it had me in the
I'm not
country of
being
Latvia.
I'm not being sarcastic. Let's see how it works.
And
Well-
so the time frame was off.
Yeah, in light of it's with the planning commission and we have 2 other members missing. I think
Right.
putting that out there and querying a survey to figure out when we could do this.
Is that board consensus then to just create a doodle poll, special meeting?
I'm on board with that.
I'm okay with that.
And the special meeting would be a combo with the PC?
Yes, I would like to encourage that.
What do you think, Kim?
This is your game.
Excellent. Okay, so lapel microphone purchases, new business number 6. Was there a motion to accept? Is that what it was?
Motion to accept the proposed ordinance number 83 as amended.
Yep, I'll resend.
I'll take a second there.
And it's just board consensus to create the doodle poll, right?
Yes.
Good to go?
Mhm.
New business number 6, lapel microphones. I would maybe like to modify the typed motion number 1 there. Since creating this business item, we've had our training with Lloyd Lawson.
Yes.
And he indicated that maybe too many lapel microphones could cause a problem. And so I'm thinking that maybe we already have one. Let's modify motion number 2 to purchase just 2 additional. We'll have 3. And I'm going to start wearing one just to be a leader for those people that maybe should wear one and don't want to.
I'll wear one if you want. Lord.
Now, I wasn't speaking
just
of
afraid of,
anyone
like,
in particular,
Whacking it off.
but you know, I would have to be willing to do it too. And I know there's a couple of planning commission members that really like to sit back in their chairs. And
That was a
that's-
problem. the
Yep,
other
that
day.
is a problem. So I'm would like to modify the motion to purchase 2 rather than 6.
And we already have how many?
1.
So we give us 3? That should be all right.
It's a good start. We can always order more, right? And I think they're like $150 a piece. So let's say motion to purchase 2 Pro 70 microphones at a cost not to exceed $350. Does that sound good to you?
Yes.
I'll give you a second on that.
Okay, motion made and seconded. Further discussion? And that'll be a capital expense, and that's why it has to come to the board, just in case anyone was wondering.
That's to authorize who to do that?
I'll take the responsibility. Roll call when ready.
Thomas,
Yes.
Bennett is absent. Pop,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Goss is absent.
And then the second item there is we also in our training have learned that we need to know how to use our microphones. And Carl was the only planning commission member present. And so this is a motion just authorizing any board member to help train on the proper use of lapel microphones. And I guess that means just you and I. Again, I wrote this before the training.
Yeah.
And I assumed that all board members would be at that training, but they weren't. So it really falls to you and I at this point.
Yeah. And
I'll watch, but I'm not touching anything.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
So I'll second that motion since.
Okay. Roll call when ready. I'm sorry, further discussion. Heidi?
No, I'm good.
Goss is absent. Thomas,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Bennett is absent.
New business number 7.
I'll make a motion to discuss the ordinance and website page and the code enforcement policy book to be, sorry, Lois, to promote, all right, here, forget it. start over. To promote public transparency and access to public records, I move that the general ordinances and existing ordinances on the webpage and the code enforcement policy book and those provided to Muni Code are stored by the township legal team, but also given to the general public and members of the board. Is that what you basically want out of this? That's way too long. I just want to have a discussion. So if somebody else
Well,
wants to make the
sure.
motion, go for it.
I'd be happy to. Motion authorizing any board member to gather, organize, assemble, and upload Whitewater Township general ordinances to the ordinance page of the existing website.
I'll second that motion. Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
Yes, I have a question. Hold on, I have to get to the right packet. In the clerk's report of February 2021, she states in here, bear with me. The first rough draft legal manuscript of the township ordinances, general and zoning were recently provided by Muni Code. In the coming days, I will distribute that manuscript and other information provided with it to the township board, zoning administrator, planning commission, fire chief for the review of their sections that apply. And then I keep reading on. Apparently, that's where it ended and sat.
I can help
Go
explain.
for it.
Okay, so about that time, a couple months before, February of 2021, the board hired Muni Code to recodify, fancy term for reorganize, our not only zoning ordinance, but our general ordinances, okay? And so that involved the clerk getting all these documents that are in paper form in books that probably date back to 1970, maybe a little before, taking each paper out, scanning it, and creating an electronic file, okay? Those electronic files were provided to Muni Code so they could shuffle them around and organize them. The township board has never reviewed fully that manuscript. I'm sure it will take place at some point in time, but as I recall from my own notes of that day, so many of our general ordinances are like general ordinance number 26. There's actually 3 amendments that are tacked on. So the ordinance reads, we shall do this. And then the first amendment says, okay, we're going to change we shall to they shall. And then the next amendment says we and they shall. But the base ordinance stays the same. In other words, the amendments weren't necessarily incorporated into the body of the ordinance. Same thing I found with our policy and procedure manual number 2. We made changes to it back in 2020, but never updated the base document. Now, years later, we're faced with that. So that's what Muni Code was supposed to do. Help us organize that. Obviously, if it's from 2021 to now, over a year, we haven't picked up the Muni Code manuscript in that long a time. I'm saying, let's get the general ordinances on the website, just as we forwarded them to Muni Code. People want to read ordinance number 26, they can cipher it for themselves. Are we going to work on making it better? Absolutely. But in the interim, they have access to everything we have access to. Does that help?
Yep.
So. Do you have another question, Heidi, or can I?
No, go ahead.
I agree 100%. I think we've heard this over the last several months. The people being surprised an ordinance was out there. Getting it into one central location is long overdue. I'm more than happy to help do that. Full disclosure though, I've never done a website. If somebody can teach me, I can get the proper documents, make sure that I have the complete set. I'm more than happy to bring that forward and work on the website to put that on.
Okay.
So I'm glad to help on that. But full disclosure, I need somebody to train me for just some steps to go through.
So as my memo on page 320 indicates, the documents I'm proposing to put on the website are currently stored on a drive by our legal team. So whatever's there is what Clerk Goss provided. And it come directly out of that office. No changes, no nothing. So I feel very confident that those are original documents because she did a painstaking job of it.
Kudos to her.
Yep.
Kudos to her.
So
Yeah, if we just get them.
yeah, well, I have access to that drive.
Okay.
And you folks as township trustees now should have access to the drive because sooner or later we should review the manuscript that Heidi, you brought up from February of 2021. Okay, that should still be on our to-do list.
So to the matter at hand, if you have those or have access to those files and you have access to the website, you would know how to load, you would know how to upload something to that page. Am I making, I don't want to make an assumption here.
That's right.
Then if you teach me, I can schedule a time with you, you can teach me and then I will, I will persevere to get them on there.
Excellent. Roll call when ready.
Bennett absent, Glenn,
Yes.
Goss absent, Palmer.
Yes.
Hawk.
Yes. New business number 8, Lossy Road BCNA cleanup. I'll make motion, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, we're just getting the right page. We're good.
Yep, packet page 223, motion number 1. Motion to temporarily delay the removal of 2 trees labeled on the hazardous tree inventory list as item number 29 until no later than 4/30 of 2023.
And that was packet page 323.
Please.
No problem.
I will second that for discussion.
Motion made and seconded for the discussion.
So apparently he doesn't want to cut his trees down because he can't use them yet.
Right.
But he's gonna cut them down before the date and use them.
Yes. So the property owner who does own the trees says he can't use his asset in the wood stove if he cuts them down now, because by next heating season, 2023, the popple wood will have deteriorated too far. So he wants to cut the 2 trees involved here By April 30th of 2023, they'll be removed. And they're still marked. They're still documented. If a windstorm comes along and changes their current status from, slightly leaning to greatly leaning, he'll remove them
Okay.
immediately.
Good with that.
The landowner is just opposed to wasting the asset.
I don't blame him.
I hear what you're saying. I've got a slightly different take. The take that I have is based on several points. The trees, albeit the base, the trunk, the root ball is on the private landowner's property, the way I understand it. And the trunk has encroached and is leaning substantially into the trail area. And based on Matt Harrow's note on page 325, recommending that they are an immediate hazard, that they be removed immediately, I'm going to follow the same principle that I followed with the park. There has been a noted hazard that a certified arborist has said poses great risk. And I am extremely sorry about the property owner's inability to use the wood today. I don't think that we have the right to go and remove the tree to his property, but I think we have the right to remove the overhanging portion. And thereby he may still get some use out of that, depending on what's left after the cut. He's more than welcome to take the cut. But whatever, I'm not suggesting that we cut it down at the ground level. I think where we cut it is at the encroachment and eliminate the risk.
So just to clarify, the entire tree, root ball and all, is within the 66-foot wide easement currently.
So it is on our.
It's not on our property, but it is within our easement in its entirety.
So I'm not a legal mind. I mean, if on a set property line, I would obviously feel very comfortable with that statement based on past history. I cannot say with certainty at this moment that an easement falls within that same category. So I would need someone to tell me that easement allows us the same rights as if that was a de facto property line.
Okay. And so the road commission in about 1934 took this land from the owners, and in that taking created the easement to construct a county road, which meant clearing. So in about 1991, 92, the township petitioned the road commission to relinquish their rights to that easement to the township, which they did. So a relinquishment of their rights to the township would include, in my opinion, the removal of trees. We removed the other trees within the 66-foot wide easement. That's what this whole process was about. And we didn't get legal help on that. We knew we had the authority because the road commission's legal rights were relinquished to us. But I'm not opposed. We could get an attorney and have them opine on this. So I fully understand where you're at. I was certainly trying to come up with a compromise, right? But when you look at liability,
only 8 months.
Okay. And you're right. On 325, they are identified As a certified arborist, I highly recommend removing the trees as they are uprooted and hung into adjacent trees. So we hired the man to give us an opinion, and then we're not going to follow it.
Again, it's not just, some layman. I mean, we have a certified arborist. I
get it.
think he's qualified to make that decision.
I get it.
Yeah.
So send it to legal over an easement issue, basically?
I don't know, based on what the conversation that Ron just laid forth, from the road to the trail acquisition, and having that right, those easements would transfer with that right. And to your point, we just went through and took out how many trees through the entire width. Why are these two any different? I see no reason why they, so based on that, I don't see a need for a legal opinion on that.
We'll have to bury some of this, he'll have to turn his wood more. I don't know what to tell you. But if it's in the easement, we have to deal with it. We have to finish the task.
Okay. So then a roll call vote.
What is the motion on the table then?
Motion by Pop to temporarily delay the removal of 2 trees labeled on the hazardous tree inventory list until no later than August 30, 2023.
Roll call when ready.
Pop,
No.
Gus, absent. Belmont,
No.
Bennett is absent. Glenn,
No.
Motion to present the information above to legal for the next step recommendation.
I will second that motion.
Motion made and seconded. I apologize for a poorly written motion. But the discovery, and this was reported by Steve Largent of the Conservation District, of a shooting range that crosses the nature trail. While Steve and his group were back there, someone started using the shooting range while there were people on the trail. So Lossy Road Trail does bisect a couple pieces of property. And so, if I had 10 acres and a public trail went through the middle of it, dividing it in half, and then I could no longer have my shooting range, I understand that there's a conflict there. But again, what comes first, the chicken or the egg? And now we're going to open up a land use right issue. I mean, this is just a big ball of worms. But on the other hand, if I had family in from out of town and they wanted to go for a walk and they chose Lossy Road Trail, at the same time somebody chose to site in their new, pea shooter, I could see a problem.
I would agree. And I think you are into, a private use. However, I do know, I will speak that when I am out hiking on state land, and they have adjacent hunting or adjacent shooting ranges, or they have the gun type of activity, there are specific signs that are posted throughout that trail with verbiage and warning and they're, my impression is that they are of a standard size, standard font, that they are very concerned about that liability. So they're posting that throughout there. And I believe this falls under the same situation, albeit not the state, but a governmental entity such as ourselves, knowing full well that there are people adjacently running, from time to time, a gun range. I think it's incumbent on us to get what in legal's mind helps best protect us. Somebody gets hurt, all bets are off regardless. I mean, everybody's going to sue everybody. And so at least there's just some measure, some layer of, hey, we tried to do something. We can't stop that activity, but we can put forth the most warning system that we could possibly do. And what that is in the legal's mind, because they would have to represent the township in that case, I wholeheartally believe that they should be made aware of this and they should give us some recommendations, because I'm not qualified to say what that signage or frequency or what it should look like.
Or how close or how far or.
Well, I do know that Chris Patterson has unique skills on this very question. Matter of fact, I think him and another legal mind have a complaint in front of either the Michigan Supreme Court or the US Supreme Court regarding shooting lanes and ranges.
Well, then let's send it to them.
So
It is now a recognizable hazard to us. And we need to act.
Okay. Are we good with discussion?
Yep. Yeah, I am.
Roll call vote, please.
Glenn,
Yes.
Todd,
Yes.
Bennett is absent, Klaus is absent, Ballmer.
Yes.
New business number 9, fire department gear.
I'll make a motion to permit Chief Flynn to purchase 3 sets of firefighting turnout gear at a cost of $13,734 from West Shore Fire.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
I do. Chief Flynn, can you please just share with me, I just from researching it, understanding what firefighting turnout gear is, and I know a lot of that is the current need of getting some new hires, which is outstanding. This equipment has a usable life of how many years?
10 years from the date of manufacture.
Okay, so if we were to lose an applicant, we would still have, because we are still, our targeted fully staffed, I believe was 18. What was the number to have a fully staffed force?
Well, I would like to have 15.
Okay, 15, and we're currently at
13.
So in the event we're not tapped out at this point in terms, we still have room to grow the department. And so even if we were to have a volunteer move away or lose, we have a shelf life of 10 years to still need that equipment to replace someone that might have left. I'm just trying to understand that, it's not a 3-year piece and we, are investing in something that may be over the top, but a 10-year shelf life seems to me to be usable for your department.
Yeah, the only issue I would run into would be the sizing differences from personnel.
And so I guess I did not realize that these were
were body specific versus a,
Oh, yeah.
okay,
Yep.
so.
They do have standard sizes, but they do have a lot of standard sizes.
Yeah, I guess I
If it-
looked at standard sizes and just took it as that, so. but
No,
there's
they
more-
have to
there's more.
they have to fit specifically to an individual, and that's part of the personal protection part.
And we have this request in front of us based on the new hires.
Yep. So I don't have any gear that is in date around the station. So we don't have backup gear. So any new employee that we hire, we have to have gear purchased for them.
And would this gear go into immediate use when received?
Oh, yeah. Yep. The only problem is that they're backlogged like 6 or 8 months to get gear. So that's another issue I'm kind of dealing with. Because I have 2 of my new guys are trained already, so they don't have to go through the fire academy. So I could put them to work right away. But since we don't have gear for them, I might look at renting gear.
For the 6 to 8 months.
Yeah.
But if you had that equipment today, you could put them in in
Oh, yeah.
that gear and they'd
Yep.
be ready to go.
Yep, they would be ready to go.
And then the third piece is in essence, a target for somebody that's going to finish training school, or would be deemed a backup at this point?
I guess I don't understand your question.
I'm saying that the third set, is that intended to be a backup at this point, or is it designed to put somebody into gear?
No, it's for three of my employees, new applicants.
Okay.
No, I can't afford to purchase gear to sit around the station, especially if it has a 10-year shelf life from not the date you put it in service, but the date of manufacture.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that's what you were
Okay.
doing. I was just simply looking at the immediate need of it.
Okay.
And so I hear 2 things from you. That there is an immediate need, that equipment would be put into play when received.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, there's a 6 to 8 month lag time.
Mhm.
So you've answered my questions.
Oh, okay.
I'm clear on that now.
Instead of rent, can we borrow or no? because of
Borrow?
that, yeah. In other words, another station that's got 5 or 6 coats hanging up there, nope,
Mm,
you won't do that.
Not really.
Okay.
No,
Because they got.
they're gonna be reluctant to give their spare gear up. Well, not too many departments have spare gear. And then, especially with there are some manufacturers out there that have a 1-year waiting list because they make them, because there is the shelf life, they do make them right away and ship them out as soon as they can, because as soon as they put that stamp on the gear, that's when their date starts. And that's structural firefighting gear. That includes helmets and boots and gloves. Anything you would wear inside of a fire. So that would be kind of tough to borrow gear. And I have a fairly new set of gear from an employee that left, but he was 6'5", 300 pounds. So that gear does not fit anybody, but it's relatively
Yeah,
new
you
gear.
can't get it altered either.
Yeah. So, no.
I've got my questions answered. Thank you.
Okay,
I'm good.
roll call when ready.
Bennett is absent. Ballmore.
Yes.
Hunt.
Yes.
Glenn.
Yes.
Goss is absent.
So you're still gonna request a purchase order and stuff like that? Is that kind of what your thought process is here?
Yep. That was what we were in the process of doing. And then we decided that it'd probably be best to bring it to the board.
Sure.
And I'm not sure. I think she's moving money out of contingency fund.
Yeah. Yeah. This is considered a capital expense, even though it's got a 10-year on it. And so I think that's what really throws it in front of the board. Yeah. Okay. New business number 10, proposed packet deadlines. I'll make a motion to amend the Whitewater Township Policy and Procedure Manual, section 2.4D as in David, as presented.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
Do we have any ramifications besides not putting the stuff in the packet if you're late?
Well, as my memo indicates, I thought maybe accounts payable might have some issues with the 10-day. But quite honestly, Ardella was in making photocopies of checks that were going out. Actually, she was scanning them, I assume, of checks that were going out the day I sent the packet out. So bills are ready. Bills are made out. And our current method of operation is the clerk doesn't wait for board approval on those items anyway.
Well, that's true.
So I don't think we have to make any changes. I will tell you, it's a hell of a stretch to try and get the packet out 10 days.
It is.
It's a lot of work.
Not easy.
No. As we've seen several items here, I wrote before we had the training session, for example. You know, in this particular case, it come out pretty close, but you know, we've got 345 pages plus the clerk added 30 or 40 more. When we're reviewing policy and zoning ordinances, the pages stack up in a hurry.
You want to do 5 business days, but you can't count the weekend.
Well, that's what we are currently.
Right. Well, no,
And so
not really.
I like the 10 days, right?
I
mean,
think
it's,
the 10 days is perfect. Because if you have to research something, it at least gives you a little bit of time.
well, the third day, I didn't mean to cut you
Yes,
off,
go
Don,
ahead.
but the third day after the packet was out, I'd already received phone calls that, hey, you made a mistake here or you made a mistake there. I made 3 mistakes in this packet that people pointed out. So I know that people are reading it within 3 days after it goes out. And this time I think I got it out on a Friday, so I got the call on Monday. Maybe they read it over that first weekend. I don't know. So
Yeah, I think just on my personal preparation in due diligence to be prepared for this meeting, I appreciate the 10 days because to your point, there's 350, almost 350 packages in this one, and we don't have small ones.
we don't.
I mean, if but for whatever reason, the package is decreased in size significantly, I think you can modify it, but you could skimp here and skimp there, but I think it's a disservice to your position if you're not coming to this meeting prepared. And I'm one of those people that I get the packet and I'm looking for it on the 10th day and I'm getting through it. I'm starting it. And I have a process that I'm going through and I appreciate every 10 day, every one of the 10 days. So I'm in favor of the 10 days. And, if we find out something doesn't work, we can adjust. But I think it puts everybody into a position to allow them to be, and that may cut down. I've had cautious optimism that, if we're all prepared, will that cut down on the meeting length? I haven't seen any evidence of that so far, but I don't think we give up. I think we keep, because, the bane of the long meetings is people that are just not fully engaged in the material. So I'm not saying that any of my fellow board members aren't.
Understood.
I'm making a general comment and good business practice. So.
Ready, Heidi?
Yep.
Roll call when ready. Yes.
Bennett is absent. Famos.
Yes.
Goss is absent. Lund.
Yes.
I should have said this during discussion. I would like to see the packet pages drop significantly, but during policy review, I don't see that happening anytime soon. I really don't.
I would agree.
Okay, new business item number 11, proposed 7 PM Township Board of Trustee meeting start time.
I'll make a motion to adopt resolution 22-17, a resolution to amend resolution 22-01, Whitewater Township Board 2022/2023 regular meeting times from 9 AM to 7 PM for discussion only at this time.
I'll second it for discussion.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion.
Well, we're past 3 hours again. Do we split this? Do we go a 9 o'clock meeting, a 7 o'clock meeting? What do you think? Because you just said the pages aren't decreasing. But I do know there are people out there that can't come here at 9 o'clock in the morning. And yep, they want their voice heard, and yep, they want to be here and scream and yell, but they can't. Because if they blow one day off of work, it could be $10,000. You know, that's how it was put to me. One bid's 10 grand, Heidi. Okay.
I've had numerous conversations with citizens, and I hear you. I hear you loud and clear. And it's not that I'm against a 7 evening meeting for all the good reasons, but it is 1:30 and we still have time to go. If we start at 7, we're not going to go until midnight. And that's just a strain. I think somebody else said it. Bad decisions are going to get made because we're trying to push through things. Again, I'll use the term, I've been cautiously optimistic that we would be able to become more efficient as a board and push through these items. However, the packets are still large, and granted, I've only been here since May, so I'm not seasoned, and I'll defer to more seasoned. There is the problem or the unintended consequence that I see is that if it's a 7 o'clock meeting, you get to 10 o'clock, let's just say for arbitrary, I'm picking that number, 10 o'clock, where did that leave us today? How many items that were not even touched? We barely touched new unfinished business. And then there's another 14 items, 13 items, plus what the clerk added. And so that doesn't get handled at that point, and then it's going to get pancake stacked onto the next meeting. And now we're 30 items deep after 3 hours. I don't know where that ends, and you get control over it. I have sat here and I've given some thought. I thought the citizen Denise Pelton, I thought she had an interesting concept of splitting them, a 9 and a 7. But then, the unintended consequence that I'm worried there is items are on the 9 o'clock agenda that people are really interested in, and they are upset that that's not being moved, and I think that creates another squall of problems. Having these meetings at 9 o'clock, 9 a.m., and I do appreciate your situation with the work. It is, we're getting through our items today, but without an earlier start time, I just don't know how we get things done starting in the evening, at least at this point in time. And any citizen that I've talked to, I've said to that, I said, though, I think there'll be a natural point in time where that may be a good option to have. But today I've got concerns of our normal course of business stacking up.
In 2012, which was November of 2012 is when I took office. Up through, I'm going to say maybe 2017, we had 2 meetings per month. And they were both in the evening. And I suspect it was to address this very concern. And so when we think about building in all these efficiencies and we think about the packets getting lighter, smaller, our forefathers didn't see that happening. And they moved to 2 meetings. For the longest time, we were the only township in the county to have 2 meetings per month. But now we see more advanced townships moving to 2 meetings per month. And so if I recall, presentations and items like that were generally reserved for the second meeting of the month. So our business, our actual business got done in the first 2 weeks of the month at this meeting. And then it was those presentations like from Park and Rec today, right? That was really a presentation that we would entertain on the second meeting of the month. And so I really think we're moving in that direction.
May I ask, were those meeting dates back to back? So like a Tuesday night, Wednesday night, sequentially?
Second and fourth Tuesday. So during the month of November, we did not have 2 meetings, Thanksgiving. And during the month of December, Christmas, we did not have 2 meetings. So as much as I hear the public, I don't know that I can support this particular motion today as it is. But it is good board discussion, and I'm not opposed to moving back to 2 meetings a month. And so maybe that becomes the question. 2 meetings a month at 7 p.m.
And how do you split it?
Well, just as I
the
kind
business
of
and the
reiterated.
other? Oh, so you're gonna do 2 at 7?
Yeah.
Not 9 and 7?
Yeah. I suppose some people work the night shift, so they'd prefer the 9 a.m. meeting. I don't know. But
I haven't got
work,
one positive yet about a 9 o'clock meeting.
yeah, we get interrupted quite on a regular basis as business takes place in this building. So I'm really leaning towards a true fix to 2 problems. And that unfortunately is looking like 2 meetings a month. And that just doubles my workload, believe it or not.
There's from where I can, my observation is 1 meeting a month. We will not get through the packet. It just.
In a reasonable length of time.
In a reasonable length of time. I mean, not, and that's just based on, I'll qualify it again, based on limited packets I've been involved with. And frankly, to your point, and we discussed that, I don't see the packets getting any smaller for the foreseeable future. And so it's a quandary. I hear you, but it's still we still have to run the business.
So what's your thought about 2 meetings a month? Reserve that for another day?
I'm suspect of that for a simple reason. I don't think that I hear what you said, and I agree with the initial split, but I still think that there would need to be some either unfinished business or some new business items on that general. I'm not sure how we want to describe that the ongoing business part of it. I think if we still find ourselves at a second meeting with all the unfinished business and all the new business, I don't see us getting done in a reasonable time. I think the split's not 50-50 in this case.
Oh,
So-
okay, and you're probably right. And so just taking a look at today's new business, right? So I would probably keep the appointments to the second meeting. And I would probably take the purchases of the lapel microphone and the Lossy Road cleanup decision to the second meeting. And so those items that didn't affect life or limb, I guess, would be moved to the second meeting. And these agendas then would only have, 6 items on them, not 12, and we move the unfinished stuff to the next meeting, although we could do it that way. Well, I think we've discussed this, and quite honestly, I can't support the 7 PM meeting because at noon today, we were on new business number 4. And so that would have been 10 o'clock. I really don't want to make decisions after 10 PM. And so for those public who have requested us to look at this, we've looked at it. And I think we've come up with a potential solution, maybe 2 meetings a month. And I'm just going to let that soak for a month or 2 and see where it's at.
And here's an
And-
idea, if anybody else comes up with something better, let us know.
Well, subcommittees were talked about. I don't know about subcommittees.
Yeah, and I'm not, and I'm, again, thing to ruminate. I'm not so sure that maybe it shouldn't be a back-to-back, a Tuesday night, Wednesday night, or whatever the night is. Because I heard what you said, it doubles the work. Well, if you're putting one packet together, there's still some additional work, but you're doing it at one sitting and then slotting everything for the first night and second night. So I'm not entirely convinced. I'm warming to the idea of 2. I'm debating in my mind, is it better to have them back to back versus
Back to back,
versus-
you're gonna lose people. Because that's 2 days off work.
No,
if you
in the
work
evenings?
If you work nights or you got kids with stuff, you can give 1 night. 2, it's hard enough to get people working on committees to do once a week. I'm just throwing
I
it
agree
out
with
there.
you, Heidi.
throwing it out there, you'll
I'm just
lose.
saying that there seems to be pluses and minuses, and the last thing I think we can afford to do is throw something out there without full consideration, and then finding it's worse or it doesn't
Then
work,
better.
and so, I mean, the idea here is to continuously improve. So I do agree with Ron. I think I'd like to just have some time to think about it if it's not a rush decision.
I'm good with that.
I'll pull my motion off the table.
And I think I seconded it. So
I did.
you did.
I'll
Okay.
pull my second.
Just know for the public, we are thinking very seriously about this. And if,
We gotta figure out a way to make it work. That's the problem. How can you juggle your business? And because you guys did your business meeting at the beginning of the month and it was more of a casual laid back meeting, talk to talk. In the second part of the month.
are we good?
Yep.
I don't know that we're going to get any more information than Melissa Melton provided to us earlier today on this.
She was on Zoom.
I don't know that she had anything to add. She said, you know, I have to go back, look at my notes, but other than the trees and she said you had the rangers pulling the debris.
Well, the other question I have with when you say debris is they said in the meeting that they were gonna pull the weeds in the garden, but then the garden people went away, so they just ixnayed it. Well, they threw it on this quote, and I'm just wondering,
Well, now, wait a minute.
We're talking about the camp.
yeah, you're talking
Yeah,
about
camp-
campground
we're talking about
repairs
the
or the
campground.
high
We're
parade?
talking about the campground repairs.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, this is
I went too
definitely
far.
the campground. And she did allude to it, that the trees were being looked at and so on and so forth. And so really, I guess the motion I would make is to have Clerk Goss provide us in writing what the status of these items are.
I'll second that.
Instead of saying status, could you change that to a complete timeline? So that you know each thing got done?
Sure. Yeah, I'm fine with timeline.
Kind of make, when you do a timeline, you kind of look at the checks and balances and see where your failure is too.
And so in this timeline, does that include the people or company or entity that completed the work?
Exactly. In other words, we don't know what she's done. So because we don't know what she's done, how about number one, I did this, check this off. Instead of just saying this got done, that show me some proof
Okay.
that it actually got done, so that when somebody calls me up in this lovely game of telephone she's got going, I can say, oh, well, on this date she did this, on this date she did that, on this date she did this.
Okay. So your timeline then would include date of completion. Okay.
Thank you.
So can you read what's there so far?
Status of the items and supply a timeline, date of completion.
So I think that we can remove status and just have a timeline provided.
You used the word written originally. I don't.
Yeah, so I didn't start from the beginning.
Okay.
I just started from the word status.
Okay, all right.
So this would be still a written timeline, something that tangible we can hang on to. And that would explain where these repairs are at.
There you go.
Please.
Have Clerk Goss supply a written timeline of the items and date of completion.
I'm sorry, items listed in the 7/12/2022 packet. No, that's not right.
June 26th.
Yeah.
I have my memo there on page 337 that outlines the 5 items.
337, got it. June 26th, 2022.
Safety inspection.
Actually, it's a trustee memo. See, even now we're struggling with our decisions.
We shouldn't, we should just say,
Please
you want to
don't.
know what's going on? Here it is.
Blood sugar's low, that's right. Yep. So one more time with the motion, please, Lois.
Motion by Pop to have Clerk Goss supply a written timeline of the items listed in the June 26, 2022 trustee memo.
For Whitewater Township Park.
Did you put trustee Glenn in there? Yeah.
And then I would say park repairs
You gotta say what. park
listed
though.
in Don Glenn's memo.
What was that last part you just said?
Right.
Repairs.
Listed in Don Glenn's,
Oh, yeah. June 26, 2022 memo.
yep.
You want to put for
So
Whitewater
park,
Township?
so go ahead, read.
I'll just read it because
Yep.
there was something you guys said and it didn't get caught. To
Okay.
have Clerk Goss supply a written timeline of the items listed in the June 26, 2022 trustee Glenn's memo. And
Okay, and so back where it goes to items, repair items. Now can we try it?
have Clerk Goss supply a written timeline of the repair items listed in the June 26, 2022 trustee Glenn's memo and date of completion.
And it's repairs or repaired. It's not just repair because there's 5 of them.
So I think it was repair items.
Either or.
No, I think it was used in combination. So the plural was on the items rather than the repairs.
Okay. And is she gonna know what park we're talking about? It's in the memo.
Well, the June 26 memo.
Okay.
June 26 memo is clear.
I think it is.
Go.
Roll call when ready.
Bowman,
Yes.
Goss is absent, Glenn,
Yes.
Bennett is absent, Pop.
Yes. And just to clarify, it's still the September 22 deadline. Yeah. Okay, new business number 13. My goodness, already. If it were only the end. I'll make a motion to have legal prepare a notification to Oosterhouse supporting non-motorized park rules and to have property owners submit plans for an alternate means of access to public or private road for future ingress and egress needs.
I'll second the motion.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
So we're basically coming up with a compromise here is what we're trying to do, correct?
In the one caveat I might recommend is in front of between the word future and ingress in the motion that we put motorized. Because everybody has the right to use the trail in a non-motorized fashion, right? And that would include pulling your little cart behind you or whatever it is you want to take with you. As long as you're on foot or feather, you're doing well.
I'm okay with that.
So I will amend my motion to add the word motorized between future ingress and egress needs.
So it'd be for future motorized ingress and motorized egress means.
No, I'm sorry, just one motorized. Yep. I realized when I read the entire sentence with that in there, I was probably confusing one word motorized between future and the word ingress. And is the sample letter the right tone that the board wishes to set forth?
I did not have any recommendations for changes. I read it through and thought it was to the point.
Heidi?
Well, if you go to the synopsis of the Whitewater Township Board meeting on May 27th, 1992, it says approved adopting, I guess this is supposed to be a resolution, but it says resolution for Whitewater Township to accept Lossy Road after relinquishment by Grand Traverse County Road Commission following 3/10/92 survey. Further, Whitewater Township will provide access easement if needed.
Okay.
So I take it you're giving him another way to get to his property, yes or no?
He owns lots of property that fronts
Right,
Skidmore
you're
Point
just
Road.
trying to get a pinpoint with this, correct?
No, I think that I see multiple ways forward here. Okay, so let's for a minute think outside the box and look towards a future parking lot for the Lossy Road Trail. So what would happen if we designed a parking lot that allowed Mr. Oosterhouse to drive right to his land, right? But we call it a parking lot. I could see that happening. But what has happened is that he has shown on a land use permit that he's using Lossy Road Nature Trail as his driveway. And it's a non-motorized park. So it's not fair to the park users that we don't protect their use of it. Now, if through, again, out of the box thinking and park design, we come up with a design that accommodates everybody's uses in a positive way, I think that's a win for everybody. But because Mr. Oosterhouse has already claimed a prescriptive easement, this is just one more thing to support his claim. which now that we know he's using it on a basis, on a semi-regular basis or whatever by motorized vehicles, and now we have it in writing because of this land use permit, we don't allow that. And really, this is another thing that the planning commission needs to fix. How can you build a structure but not require a driveway? How can you do that?
I didn't think you could do that, but okay.
Well, according to Bob Hall, you can. And then the other way I see forward is like with Miami Beach sewer system. There we granted another entity use of 300 feet of the trail of motorized vehicles or whatever the number was, right? So there's lots of things that we could do as a board. This letter is just to notice Mr. Oosterhouse that, hey, what you've submitted is not acceptable to us today. It's not my goal to try and stop anybody from accessing their property.
Just do it the right way.
I'm sorry?
Just do it the right way.
Well, sure. And I think if we put talented minds, not mine, but talented minds to work, we can come up with a proposal that benefits everybody involved. Did we vote on this?
Not yet.
And we have motion made and seconded.
Yep. And you changed the verbiage.
Roll call and ready.
Thomas is absent. Glenn?
Yes.
Bennett is absent. Pop?
Yes.
Paul?
Yes.
Okay, added the clerk's agenda items. I'll make a motion to put the clerk's report into the receive and file portion of our September 13th, 2022 agenda.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? To place the clerk's report in the receive and file portion of the 9/13/2022 agenda. We did reserve a spot for her under the consent calendar. I think, yeah, receive and file number 2. And so I'm just saying that we included under that.
Yeah, just slot it right in there.
Yeah.
Just slot it right where it's supposed to be.
Yep. Mhm. Roll call when ready.
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Goss, absent, Palmer,
Yes.
Bennett, absent.
As for the minutes, do we accept these minutes because we're moving forward now? Or what is the, and that's the reason I didn't put them in our consent calendar. Because from the August meeting, that was my opposition. I wasn't going to approve minutes that, you know, we didn't know where they came from. We now have kind of answered that. So do we make our decision retroactive?
I think the situation has been addressed.
Okay.
And we are required to have minutes.
Mhm.
And I think that we have solved the problem that was brought before us and have a plan of action. So I don't see any harm in now approving those.
Okay. So let's see, we have the August 18th meeting minutes.
August 9th and August 18th.
Right. Care to make a motion?
A motion to accept the draft minutes as presented for the regular township board meeting of August 9th, 2022. And accept the draft minutes of the township board special meeting held August 18th, 2022.
I'll second. Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Palmer,
Yes.
Bennett is absent.
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Goss is absent.
And so just providing me a little direction under unfinished business number 3 on this agenda. We approved a modified August consent calendar that didn't have our minutes from July. And so next month, I will bring those forward as unfinished business using the same rationale you just reiterated.
Yes, that would be.
Is that acceptable?
Yep.
Okay.
Agreeable to that.
motion to approve bills for approval. Can I get a second?
I'll second it for discussion purposes.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
Creative financing.
Did you have something, Heidi?
No, just the usual
Okay.
creative financing.
Done?
Nothing specific in this one. It just goes back to what we talked about earlier on the bills for approval, that we need to take a look at tightening up our policy and procedures regarding this. And I
Yep.
think that needs to, it'll be a future endeavor that we'll have to figure out what that looks like and get a proposal out. Because I think there's some inherent flaws in how we're doing it. So.
Yeah. The one item that comes to mind is Hearst Mechanical, the $2,000 payment. I understand it's emergency repairs, but there is specific protocols dealing with emergency repairs, and we just didn't follow them. So,
And then we've got other bills here that are high and they've only got one thing next to them. Is something else go with it? I was
Yeah.
talking about the lawyer bill is like 4,500. I take it something else goes with that maybe? Or is that just discussing the legal opinion about the minutes?
no, that's a fair question. So if you look down on another page, you'll see a little further breakdown under Department 210 for attorneys.
Right.
And there you can see that marijuana was 1,300. The electronic meeting policy was 1,500. Statutory duties was 275.
We have to tell everybody to keep going.
What do you mean, keep going?
Well, because a lot of people just read the top parts of the packet, then they want to know, well, why was that so much money? And I always tell them, you got to keep going. It's 3 reports.
Well, quite honestly, I don't know why we have the first one in our packet.
That was brought up too.
It does provide a condensed version, which I get.
I'm in favor of those 2 summary pages at the beginning and then drill down from there.
Yeah, I understand.
Yep.
But some people aren't accustomed to
Oh, yeah.
looking closer. Yeah. So they both have their purpose. Okay, so if there are no other questions, I'm good to move forward. Roll call when ready.
Goss, absent. Bumble,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Bennett, absent.
It seems like we have several budgeted transfers here. I would like to handle each one separately. And quite honestly, I have not confirmed these values with our approved budget.
I have another concern or two on top of that, so.
Okay.
We need a motion for me to articulate those, or?
Sure, why not?
Motion to approve the budgeted transfers 22/23 as presented in the clerk's memo dated 9/6/2. Whoa.
Uh-huh.
Can't
do it.
I'm withdrawing that motion. It's not 2021.
Nope. She's the only one that can change it too.
Well, the memo date is there and I understand the hesitation. So I'm going to make a motion to discuss the clerk's memo dated 9/6/2021 detailing budgeted transfers for 2022, 2023.
I'll second that.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
And my 2 points were along the lines, because these funds were set up during the budget process that got approved on March 31st. And my personal records, because I was in the other side of the audience, are not as hardwired as yours. So I was hoping for somebody to give me, to validate those a little bit more. The other thing that was, I thought should be included with this is that we were on the May 10th packet, we did receive a March 31st, 2022 bank accounts and interest for fiscal year 2022 report, 21-22 report from the treasurer. The June 14th packet, we received an April 30th and also a May 31st bank accounts report. And then July 12th meeting packet, there was no month ending June 30th, but the treasurer was absent that day, so that's certainly understandable. However, we get to August 9th meeting packet, no treasurer's report, no bank accounts report. September 13th, here we are again, no bank accounts report. I would think that if we were going to be looking at transferring funds, those documents should be here in supporting these transfers.
Okay.
And so lack of those would lead me to not be approving this unless I had the supporting data.
And did I hear you mention that we've never really had a final closeout from 2022 of where our budget actually fell?
I believe Heidi, I don't know if you, and I know you made that request, had a meeting or two ago when I asked for the quarterly revenue expenditure report. And then I think you said, do I remember right that you said you had to FOIA it?
I did FOIA some information.
So I'm having trouble why we wouldn't have it. I mean, why we wouldn't have a year ending March 31st, 2022 for the fiscal year 21-22, but that hasn't, to the best of my knowledge, I've never seen one, the final.
I don't think I've seen.
And so,
No, I don't think anybody's coughed it up yet.
and we're right on the cusp again of the
Here we
next
are,
quarter
budgeting
is September
again,
30th.
nothing.
July, August, September is the next quarterly report that's due statutorily. And so we don't have the year end, and I'm expecting that we should be getting a quarterly next month
Something.
as well. So,
Something. In my house, your check would be taken away.
So we've made a motion, we've discussed it. Is it time for another motion?
Guess so.
Okay. Motion to have, don't write anything yet.
So do you want to not vote on that, or are you rescinding it?
We're gonna rescind it.
Well, we discussed it, so I guess you rescind it. I don't know.
Rescind it.
The motion was to discuss it, and that's what we did.
but technically, we're going to replace it with another motion, so
Yeah.
it should be rescinded.
Okay. You Robert's rules, people. You diehards.
Hey,
Bobby to his friends.
I'll go to a casual meeting anytime you want.
So I'm thinking that I heard several things. We have a motion for, or we have a need for a final report on fiscal year ending March 31st, 2022.
Yes.
Then I'm thinking we needed to have the budget documents provided that were adopted on, I'm going to say March 28th of, no, March, bear with me here. our budget public.
I can look, I
hearing.
believe that
It
was,
was March. Here, you want to know when it was? I got it on the calendar. March.
21st is my note.
That's on Monday.
we had meetings, there were meetings at the end of the month in March on the 23rd and the 28th.
Yep.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, excuse me.
I got
You are correct, Ron. It is the 21st. I was looking at February.
Can you say that again? I like just the way
You,
that sounds.
you are correct.
You
and
are 100%.
You are correct and I am
sir.
wrong. It
I didn't
was
say
March-
that.
I own up to it. March 21st was the last packet in March. And
I think that was our budget public hearing. So we'd like to have the approved budget public hearing documents from March 21st, 2022. That'll tell us what the transfers that were approved,
Yep.
right?
yes,
Okay. And then the last thing I heard was what the account balances are as of the
Like-
last quarter. Or this
the
quarter.
quarter's coming up here, September 30th.
Right.
So
Right,
as of September 30.
okay.
And we also are looking for the revenue and expenditure report for year to date for period ending September 30th, 2022.
Okay. Wow, that's a lot of work.
Can be if
That's 4 buttons.
you kept up on it.
Yeah, it's she pushes 4 buttons and we might get some paper. But I don't know how we budget anything with no reports.
So you've been typing away over there. And were you trying to capture bits and pieces of a motion? Okay. And so have we captured 4 items that are necessary to approve these transfers? Sure. Yep, budget public hearing.
Budget for the public hearing. And the balances as of the end of
I believe she used she titles it bank accounts report.
And we would want that now as of September 30th.
Yes.
Rather than the last, it would be this quarter.
So you want the bank balances? That one I can.
Yeah, I'm,
For your October meeting, we will not have September.
Why not?
Because the bank statements don't come out in time to get into the packet.
I hear you, and I think that happens from month to month. At the June 14th meeting packet, there was in that packet, April 30th and May 31st were in that packet. And so June 14th, now we have, our date is October 11th. So it's fundamentally possible that September 30th could be there by the 11th. I guess I'm trying to understand what was different at the end of.
So what happens in cases like this? What would happen if we do accept these documents at the time of meeting? Like Melissa did on this particular item. So she emailed me last night around 10:30 and wanted to get this on the agenda. I've got no problem trying to adapt, right? So we could receive the same thing from the treasurer on October 11th the report that you're interested in. So it doesn't have to be ready when the agenda goes out, but it would be ready for meeting time.
Well, if you think about, yes, so if you think about the 4 asks, the 2021, 2022 full year.
Yep.
Ending March 31st, 2022, the budgeted, the budget from the March 21st public hearing, that those could be ahead of time in the packet.
Yep.
And then on the meeting date, we could accept from the treasurer the bank accounts report through September 30th, and also from the clerk, the revenue expenditure report through September 30th, 2022.
Yep.
Understanding for the reason that Lois just pointed out, the bank account may either. So I think we have to adapt to that.
Well, I can adapt, but I can't just throw $160,000 out there without seeing anything.
And that's fine.
Okay.
So we're still creating the motion here, right? And so now I think we have a motion for, this is probably going to be 2 motions, right? So the clerk will have our budget documents from 3/21. The clerk should have the final year ending March 31st, 2022 budget document.
For the fiscal year 21-22.
Yep. And so those 2 go to the clerk.
Yes.
And then the
Bank accounts report.
expenditure and revenue report also go to the clerk. The only one of the 4 that come from the treasurer is the bank account balance report. Is that correct, Lois? Is that part of the treasurer's responsibility? Okay, so I see 2 motions here. One for the clerk, one for the treasurer.
Agreed.
So motion to have the clerk provide
the March 31st, the year end, March 31st, 2022 year end report for fiscal year 2021, 2022, and the budget documents from the public hearing held on March 21st, 2022. Approved budget documents. And those items to be submitted.
One more.
Those items to be submitted 10 days prior to be put into the packet for the October 11th meeting. Additionally, the clerk is to prepare an expenditure and revenue report for period ending September 30th, 2022 for the current fiscal year. And that report will be distributed at meeting time on October 11th. Did I get the documents right?
Yeah. The only thing I would say is that you're having her provide me with the 2 documents 10 days prior to the meeting, which is, that's fine. I'll accommodate a last minute.
How many days? Oh, it's 11, isn't it? Or
yeah,
oh,
really.
let's change it. Yeah, we just adopted the.
We
so-
did. So I'm supposed to have the packet out
On the
10
10th, so,
days.
refresh my memory, was it 12 or 11 that we asked? I go back and look.
10 business days.
Yes, 10 business.
And so if the clerk had something to me 11 business days, I could get that in the packet, no problem.
Okay. So can you amend that for the 11, that 10 days changes to 11 business days, Lois?
I guess I didn't even catch where that fit in there. To have the clerk provide the year end, March 2022, 2021, 2022. To provide the fiscal year end, March 20.
March, the fiscal year end, March 31st.
March 2022.
Right.
And I don't even have what that is that you want. It just says provide.
The year-end financial,
Okay.
year-end financial report.
The clerk provide fiscal year end, March 31, 2022, year-end financial report and the approved budget hearing documents for the March 21, 2022 budget public hearing to be submitted in the packet for the October.
To be submitted for the PAC, to be submitted at least 11 business days for packet insertion to be included in packet for the October 11th, 2022 meeting. Okay, and then
Additionally, the clerk is to prepare a report to be distributed at meeting time on October 11th, 2022.
to prepare the revenue and expenditure report okay, do where you get the revenue for the revenue and expenditure report through September 30th, 2022 year to date.
To have the clerk provide the fiscal year end, March 31, 2022 year-end financial report and the approved budget hearing documents from the March 21, 2022 budget public hearing to be submitted at least 11 days, 11 business days to be included in the packet for the October 11, 2022 meeting.
Prior to, your prior to isn't in there, I don't think, unless you just didn't read it.
Prior to the meeting.
The October 11,
October 11 and then another time.
do you already have it in there once? Okay, no, just once. That's all that's needed. And the same with the year ending report. It's the March 31st, 2022 year end report, fiscal year end report.
I know there's one other word that needs to be added. For the. So which you would read the part where the March 21st, the March 21st item.
Financial report and the approved budget hearing documents.
But budget, the approved budget hearing, financial documents. I don't need the package then.
Motion to have clerk provide fiscal year end March 31, 2022. Budget hearing financial documents from the March 21, 2022 budget public hearing to be submitted at least 11 business days prior to the meeting date and be included in the packet for the 11/2022 meeting. Additionally, the clerk is to prepare a revenue and expenditure report through September 30, 2022, to be distributed at meeting time on October 11, 2022.
Start the landing.
Second.
I'll second the motion. I'll second the motion. I'm starving. I'll second the motion.
That a way to hang in there, Lois.
My fingers are giving out.
That's what's happening to me. I can't write anymore.
Is this the part where I say roll call when ready?
Mm-hmm.
Roll call when ready.
Bennett is absent. Glenn.
Yes.
Goss is absent. Bones.
Yes.
Pop.
Yes.
Second motion.
This one I think is a little simpler.
Take it.
Oh, no, wait a minute.
I'll give you the easy one.
Wait a minute, wait a minute. Motion to have the treasurer provide bank balance statements.
Yes, let me get to it.
I think it's just called a balance report.
The report is titled bank accounts.
Okay,
And
that
the
actually,
cash balance report.
okay.
That's what she sends.
Does the treasurer do that or the clerk? That's yours? Okay. So this would be the Whitewater Township bank accounts and the cash balance report. Period ending September 30th. By meeting time. 11, I believe. Yep.
Thank you. Thank you.
Roll call and ready.
I'll second the motion.
Yes.
Ross is absent. Bellmuth.
Yes.
Bennett is absent. Glenn.
Yes.
Okay. So the next thing I see here is response from board on projects to pursue for future budget grant consideration. Crack. I think that's probably supposed to be grant.
This is funny.
Yeah, it is.
because Here she says they did it at the 7-12 or from the board prac 7-11 request. They had the exact same request last night. But they said they never told him.
Well, all I'm saying here is you get your requests in on time. It gets on the agenda.
Well, I'm thinking that the prac committee should change their meeting. Because it being so close to our meeting, their projects are gonna get, and then when you get to budget time, you still have the same problem. They might want to think about meeting a different time.
So I'll make a motion to discuss the clerk's memo dated
Oh, I'm
9/6/2022.
I'll second your motion, sir.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion.
I think they should change their meeting.
And I'm here to tell you, there's nothing that important from an advisory committee that has to be addressed immediately. If there is,
They could do it like they did yesterday. Exactly.
we can do it just like we did it today.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
So if an immediate need comes up, we do have the authority to add something to our agenda.
Yep.
Correct.
And this came to me, like I say, after 10 o'clock at night. I've got no problem doing that. I can't see where it happens on a regular basis. It shouldn't.
Mm-mm.
As of the statements here in Goss's memo. Yeah. I've already wasted too much breath on it.
Well,
quite
I
honestly.
want to add in, I don't know if Melissa Melton's still on the line, but I would also like to point out that on 6/2, Ron Pop put out an established advisory role for the camping park and asked for feedback from the prac before our August 9th meeting. Now granted, I understand your 8th was, but going back to the August 16th prac meeting, there was a recommendation of no discussion on new business 1, which was our request to try to understand your future role
is the PrAC going to be involved in the township park? As I discussed with Ms. Voice earlier, is there activity that could be planned to work in a day-to-day basis as needed, and also as the long-term and short-term plans of the Park and Rec? I do agree with Ms. Melton on Lossy Road and projects there, and I think I think that going after a grant to try to correct some of those problems, I think is time well spent. But the fundamental flaw here that I think needs to be developed is there needs to be an understanding of projects in a preliminary, the whole project process. And I believe Ms. Melton knows this as good as well as anybody, based on what little I know about her career. The process planning in terms of identifying a project, getting your data points together to validate the project, doing a preliminary cost estimate and bringing that forward to the board to look at the merit of that project, getting approval to continue to the next step to better redefine what that project is, formalizing a cost estimate and bringing that back. I think that those are steps that are sorely lacking in terms of the process by the PrAC. I hear their frustration, but I think that it's a lack of process that is driving a lot of that too. So.
And I'll just add that the motion that's at the bottom of this page to have the township board using the documents outlined in the PrAC 711 motion and never having those documents and not having those documents presented here is would automatically disqualify the clerk from opining on a decision. And so, it's not our job to go searching for various motions and whatnot. Okay. So supporting what you said, the whole process here is broken. And so get it fixed. The board operates in a certain method. I'll be more than happy to help PrAC understand how the board operates, how the planning commission operates with their packets and the information that needs to flow back and forth, because clearly this is not it.
No, they're confused.
Well, I think they're, I won't.
Don't.
So anything else on this item to discuss?
I don't have anything. Do you have to rescind the motion?
Yep. I'll
take
rescind my motion.
second.
Motion to discuss clerk's memo dated 9/6/2022, special meeting date for boat launch entry project.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
I'm all for a special meeting date. I think we all agreed on that and stacked hands last time we were together. But we don't know when Felice and Vanderbeek coming back with their scalability. We are already trying to reschedule a special meeting for the zoning ordinance amendments with the doodle calendar. There's nothing here to make it. I don't think there's enough here to push
Make
this
a
forward as
decision.
well. So
We have no idea when Fleece F&V could be available.
so
I'll take my second off the table.
take my
No.
motion-
Yep.
my motion off
removed.
the table.
I'll make a motion to discuss the clerk's 9/6/2022 High Prairie Park playground repairs.
And I'll second the motion.
Motion made second. Further discussion.
Well, it would have been really nice if these people would have had this document in their packet last night. They made a couple decisions to one of the gentlemen at the Pratt Committee will dispose of all the railroad ties. He'll even put a trailer out there for you. And I think Brandon was going to cut where's that other thing? Cut something off.
Just gonna cut the bolt-
slides.
cut the
He
bolts
cut the
down.
bolts off the slides. I just asked that they sign waivers and let Cheryl know they're doing it. And maybe she should communicate better with her team. Because if this is 9/6 and their PrAC meeting was yesterday, why wasn't this in there? I mean, some of it was, but not as nice as this is, but okay.
I do have a question. One of the estimated cost of repairs that's in here, I do not see the re-inspection cost. I would anticipate that presumably they would use Miss Berry again. So that probably would be between $350 and $400. But again, once this work is completed, the park will have to be re-inspected to get a passing certification to be kept on file. So I think they're at least $400 short there. And again, you know, it goes, I don't see anything in here that would indicate who is, and I'm going to use my terms and however they want to do, who's a designated project manager? Who's taking the point on this to get this done? One point of contact, the tip of the pyramid. Second, what's the targeted completion date? You're asking for us for money to fix these items. All in agreement on that. However, what's the targeted completion date? We just can't go a year from now. And then I would encourage the point person, the project manager, the designated project manager, to make a phone call to Miss Berry and ask her on this landscaping quote on the black finished aluminum edging. I heard the argument, the debate on why the aluminum edging is better than the black plastic. And while I may wholeheartedly agree, the last thing we want to do is put forth a contract, do all the stuff, and then somebody comes back and says, you can't have that hard aluminum. I don't know. That's why I'm
I
saying
don't
we should
either, but
ask the
somebody should
question.
be double checking what the inspector said and wants versus to what they're putting in a piece of paper.
And I would say,
Right?
that if you got a phone call and Miss Berry says, no, the aluminum's fine, make a note of that and move forward. If she's the one that's going to be doing the inspection, then she's aware of it. But better to find out now than have to rip out,
Everything
whatever
they put in.
just rip it out after the fact.
We're already redoing this park.
So and I'm not, I want to get this thing done. But it just,
I want it off the plate, but you can't get it off the plate if you got checks and balances that are contradicting each other.
I mean, just blindly approving the money without having the criteria in place of how this is going to be managed and get done, and is I don't. It just feels irresponsible. So unless I can get answers to these questions,
So this is inherently how we've done things in the past with Pratt, right? We get this list of items. Well, it's going to be approximately $30. Well, replacement parts are going to be $15.98. I want tangible documents.
I'd like to
Where are
see
you
more
getting the
than-
parts from? Chief Flynn had to do it with his turnout gear. He does it. I do it. Supply us documents. This list of decals being approximately $30. No.
Are you making them at home and pocketing the 30 or is that
Well,
what we're doing?
I mean,
Just a question.
again, we're not operating on the same level here. You want us to transfer $57,000. And I had to comply just to get a $250 purchase order. I had to comply with a certain look for the proof from the Record Eagle. And it's like, okay, We're worlds apart here. And until they're just, Prac's going to be disappointed until we get on the same page. And I'm not going to feel bad about it, quite honestly. If they choose to continue to follow this, great. Then they're going to continue to be sad.
Well, I don't think it's a thing of continue to be sad. It's, they gotta follow, here's your rules. Here's what you need to do. Have a nice day.
And the grinding or cutting off the bolts, that's going to leave a burr. And we're going to be right back to where we were. So obviously we're going to have to either saw and grind or use an acorn nut. I'm surprised those aren't required anyway.
And that's another thing. Can volunteers fix equipment and pass inspection?
I don't see any reason why not, as long
Okay,
as
I'm
long as it's
just
done to the inspector's satisfaction.
posing the question.
And so to look at Melissa's stuff here, which I think goes along with part of the estimated repairs. It looks like a local company. I don't have any problem with conflict of interest. Do you? If we use a local company?
Oh, I don't know. I would like to see another bid besides this one, but that's okay. I don't care who it is. As long as it's reputable, you can check it. He does exist.
I think it's a she.
Yes, it is a woman. It's a entrepreneur who opened her own landscaping business.
There doesn't appear to be a name on. Screen sand from Todd's Welding Service. Again, I need to make sure that that's playground compatible. Todd's Welding Service does an awful lot of oil well work.
What did you call it? Playground what?
Screen sand from TWS. It's on page 3 of Melissa's quote. I'm not even interested in using great contractor, but man, they're famous for mixing their sand with chloride for wintertime maintenance, right? I don't want to even mix the two. And I think there has to be some certification for the sand, if I remember the playground rules correctly.
It's Fall Heights. Or sand versus gravel.
No, there was some standard that the sand had to meet.
It was a certain grain size. It was a certain grain size.
And so I don't think the sand that was donated was even compliant with that requirement. I don't know. I don't know if it was playground certified sand or not. So again, we're light on the details. And what this person says about the plastic edging, I've visited several ADA compliant playgrounds. And the type with the foam on the inside, and the plastic edging doesn't stay anchored. They're right. And so it's going to be something that we just have to deal with.
I just want to know that the aluminum is
Sure.
allowable.
Yep.
I'm not advocating the plastic. I'm saying double check the standard and make sure before we put it in.
Well, the only thing I can think of here is that the plastic is well rounded. So it's got like 1.5 inch radius to the top.
Mhm.
Whereas aluminum, might have the 1.5 radius as it starts out, but the first time you step on it, it's gonna have a kink.
Mhm.
And that kink is gonna create a sharp buckle.
Mhm.
And there we
I
are.
mean, I'm satisfied with the inspector. If the inspector says that is an allowable use, I'm trusting of that.
Sure. So, again, I think, I mean, I'm willing to help Prac refine these things. But I don't think there's any actionable item here.
There's a landscaping company without their own equipment too. That's a little interesting.
Well, that's happening more and more as equipment becomes more specialized. And,
Right, more expensive.
well, yeah, you know, not every day do you have the use for a concrete mule or whatever the case might be. So I know several contractors who are moving to that business model. The last thing in this item, and help me understand, on packet page sorry. The inspection report on packet page indicates that we have to take out the border by 6 feet.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically the border is running very close to the edge and you need a 6-foot clearance fall zone.
Okay.
And so in essence,
Well,
I don't think
and
it's enough sand, but
well, the point I was getting to, and I apologize, I thought I had the 6 foot. Oh, I did, right here, right here. On packet page 28 of 36.
oh, that's hers. Hold on.
Yep, that's the memo. The first bullet point is extend fall zone to 6 feet in all directions. Oh, extend fall zone to 6 feet. And then later on, she says, this involves actual extension of 1 foot to 2 inches in some places per the report. Okay, so then on packet page 30. That's where the recommendation of fall zone needs to be extended by 1 to 2 foot in some places. So not 6 foot all the way around, just 1 to 2 foot to get to 6 feet.
yes.
Got it. Got it. My mistake. Anything else? Does that conclude our business items?
Just have to withdraw the motion for discussion on this.
Motion withdrawn.
I'll
Withdrawn.
withdraw my second.
No tabled items, board comments or discussion?
I have one.
So I have one here, which probably should have been a business item. I apologize. But it has been the board policy to approve the park's use for the Halloween party, which I see is scheduled for October 1, right?
Yeah.
Is that what I saw? So we've always had an application from WISA, I believe, to use the township facilities. And it's generally on the September board meeting.
Is that an oversight, Lois?
It's not mine.
Oh.
I have lots of other things I do. I don't.
Okay, so in the last couple I looked at it, been Rod that had made the application out. I don't know who put it on the agenda. I don't think Rod had ever given it to me. Maybe it was Della, maybe it was Cheryl, I don't know. But my point for bringing this up is let's get it on to the 9/22 special meeting. As long as we list it on the notice, we can approve the application then.
There you go.
Yeah,
It seemed like there was something about it, instead of having to come back every year and ask, that last year's thing.
oh, well, it could have. It could have.
Okay, let's look in last year's packet. Hold on.
I didn't actually see it in last year's packet. It was in 2021 and 2020 and 2019. I assumed it was a COVID thing, but if we had it in 2020, it wasn't a COVID thing. So it's not a business item, but obviously an outside entity is using a township facility, and in the past, there's been an agreement to do so.
Just like we had to do at the school.
Right, exactly. Yep, it's just a simple paper.
Insurance.
Announcements, Town Hall meeting, Mill Creek School, September 22nd, beginning at 7 p.m. Next regular Whitewater Township Board meeting, October 11th, 2022. Public comment. Let's start out in Zoom land.
Yes,
Hi, how are you today?
I'm great. How are you?
Good.
So I've been with you folks for the duration mostly of this meeting. And I would first of all like to applaud the consideration of 2 meetings a month. Please, please, please. I hope that this will be an item for serious discussion. It sounds like that discussion has begun, and I'm really glad to hear that. Time of the meetings, I don't know. In general, I would think evening is better for most folks, but that probably deserves some serious discussion. So that's one comment. Another comment, this is important to me, is I cannot hear Lois. I don't know if her microphone is purposely off or mistakenly off, but I cannot hear her comments. And as you folks are discussing your motions, it gets hard to be clear on exactly the statement of the motion. So is there a reason why we can't hear Lois?
Board, may I address this public comment?
Go ahead.
Please do.
So Lois is not a member of the board.
Okay,
And so she is here as currently taking minutes.
okay.
And so in the past, people who don't vote on board items don't even sit up here.
Okay,
You may hear us refer back and forth to Lois. But yeah, I understand what you're saying, but that's the reason.
okay. Well, I'm not sure I understand why it wouldn't be appropriate for her to be heard. She doesn't vote, and so that, of course, that's not an issue, but she is being a very helpful participant. So it would be helpful for her to be heard. So just a comment.
Sure.
Okay. Another, I guess I'm not sure if it's a question or a comment, but I'm a little confused about the responsibility for providing financial and budget reports. And I think I understand that you've asked the clerk to make those reports available, right? Is that right?
So public comment is for you to make statements and not necessarily for the board to respond.
Okay.
And so I understand that this is potentially your first meeting. And so public comment is for you to make statements. We'll be more than happy to address any of your questions outside of public comment.
Okay. Okay.
All
right, I get it. I get it.
The reason we limit public comment to statements is you could potentially ask a question that we respond to that is not on our agenda.
Okay.
And then that could create other issues for us. But we'd be more than happy to answer your questions outside of the meeting. Okay.
Okay, I understand that. So I will make the comment that it is confusing to me, and I will do some research on this about who is responsible for preparing financial and budget reports. My comment is it seems like a treasurer's duty. I can understand that there may be a responsibility for the clerk to include those reports or to present those reports in some format to the board. But I am confused about that. So that's that comment. One more comment that I have is, and I guess this will become a question that I have to pursue with some of you. It's really not clear to me what the status is of the boat ramp improvement project, whether it's, so I will seek clarification of that. Okay.
Thank you. And just for the record, your first name was?
Susan.
Susan. Thank you, Susan.
You're welcome.
Okay, anyone else? I see Denise Peltonen with your hand up.
Yes, good afternoon. And I had a similar comment about the meeting length. I brought it up before. I realized of everything that you're covering, it's more of a distraction and not as important as maybe other agenda items. So I'd like to maybe somehow clear it off the agenda or thoughts. Since we're having the town hall meeting on Thursday, September 22nd from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m., the people that show up, could you have some type of sign-in sheet and then have, maybe times of board meetings on the sign-up sheet, and then say, would you prefer evening? Would you be able to attend evening meetings at 7 to 9 or 10, or morning meetings from 9 to noon, and ask them to check a box, and then, or say, and then another column that says by Zoom or person, check one of those. And so you can gather data. You have a large gathering of people coming to one place at one time. It's an opportune moment, and I'd like to somehow capture that opportunity in data points and present it at the next meeting. End of comment.
All right, thank you. Hi, Vicky.
Good afternoon. Thank you for taking time. This was a long meeting. I think a lot was accomplished, and I want to thank you all for taking the time to help move us forward. We are definitely heading in the right direction. I think it's unacceptable that there are no numbers or reports. I can't imagine running my business without having a monthly tabulation of where I'm at, year-to-date P&L and all that. How in the world do I know how my business is going if I don't have that? Similarly, from a township, you all are fiduciaries and responsible for where we are as a township. I'm disappointed in the lack of transparency of the books and notes, and to me, it raises a huge red flag. There are no excuses. I'm not making this comment as a shot, but perhaps Clerk Goss should stop creating flyers that are being sent out and distributed, and some of the other things like responding to an email that has brought in 3 private citizens. I'm very disappointed that that wasn't discussed today, of what is going to happen about that email. But I would like to see Cheryl be doing what she needs to be doing. You guys cannot be trustees and watch over our township if you don't have the data. Again, thank you guys very much. I think it was a great meeting.
Thank you. Tom, good afternoon. I see your hand is up.
Good afternoon. I think you all need some coffee or something after this long of a meeting, but I do appreciate all your time and efforts put forward today. I like the progress that I'm seeing. But I have a very disturbing issue, and I just want to make sure that all the board members are aware of this because it affects you. But my comment is regarding the yellow flyer authored by Cheryl Goss. Don't know if you've seen it or if you've read it, but it's very disturbing to me. The flyer is titled Whitewater Township Park, in quotations, things you need to know from Cheryl Goss, Parks and Rec Administrator. This contains false information. It has rumors flying about the park closing, misleading stuff, and it uses a lot of scare tactics. It also calls the 3 of you board members that are present there today out by name, saying that you no longer support the improvements for the boat launch products. And this is creating, from feedback I'm hearing in the community, it's creating a lot of confusion for innocent citizens who don't know the truth of the boat launch expansion project. And it is you 3 members that are looking at this in a reasonable and responsible manner to make sure that this project, that you're doing the proper planning and you're not rushing into just throwing out money so that you don't lose a $200,000 grant. So I appreciate that you're asking who, what, when, where, and how type questions, because I believe that we all want Whitewater Township Park to grow in a reasonable manner. Project management is not a part-time job. My question is, who will be the project management from the township board area for this project? It's very concerning to me that very simple projects such as putting up signs at Whitewater Township Park haven't happened yet after several months. And since with your who, what, why type questions, some possible revisions have been identified, but this flyer does not address that. So I applaud you for taking the time to sort this project out, not just being irresponsible, throwing out money. I'm looking at the whole picture. Is anybody looking at increasing parking for boat trailers, the effect on Park Road and the bumps and the dust? What about the issue of, has anybody studied, is there enough parking at the park for non-boat trailer vehicles? So, I mean, you can't just add parking spaces in after the boat launch expansion is done. It has to be all figured out in the planning process. So since this flyer came from Cheryl Goss, Parks and Recs Administrator, and that role is overseen by the Township Board, I have to ask, should this flyer have been presented to the board for approval before being put into circulation to the public? My second thought is citizens deserve the facts, not thoughts, opinions, and scare tactics regarding the boat launch development. Thirdly, how do you correct the harm done to the board members, to the citizens, and get factual information out to avoid further confusion and rumors? And whatever, if and whatever is determined, I hope that it's not at the expense of taxpayer dollars. This problem was not created as a unified board. It was created by one person, as far as I know. And thank you for listening to my comments.
Thank you. Anyone else in Zoom land? I don't see other hands up.
I have one. Denise Peltonen again. She triggered a thought that I hope that the board takes into consideration. When you have the town hall meeting and people come up and ask you something that does not deal with ARPA funds, which they surely will, I would like there to be an answer that says that we only have time to something. I'm not telling you what to say, but I'd like an answer that every board member can have prepared that says we cannot answer those questions right now in this meeting. But if you will write your question down and give it to me in a contact number, or attend the planning commission meeting and have the next planning commission date and time, or the township board meeting date and time, that we can cover your thoughts in public comments and add them to the agenda, so that they're not turned away, say, and shut down. They have to be given an opportunity. All right.
Thank you.
All right.
So here in Township Hall, any public comment?
I'm Ward Banks Road. Present board members, I thank you for being approachable, for offering to always have dialogue with the citizens of this community, and I thank you for your service. Amber Voice, she was here earlier. I'm hoping she's on Zoom. Welcome to CRAP. I hope that not just listen to what people tell you, because hard way that I've learned the hard way that people in their word. Okay, I saw you shut it off. That you can't always count on people for their word. So please do your own investigating, and I believe in you. I think that from what I heard you say, you're ready to make a change and a difference, and I appreciate that. I think the idea of 2 meetings is awesome. I think that if someone can't make one meeting, maybe they can make the next, and there's always an opportunity to do public comment in the beginning and then get out of the meeting if you have to. And then written correspondence is also available to those people. So with change will come smoother roads, hopefully smaller packets when people work together, and I look forward to change. I'm gonna quickly say something about what I spoke about at the PrAC meeting last night. As I become more and more involved with Whitewater Township and being an avid RVer, I happened to come across the Whitewater Township Park Facebook page. And as I scrolled through the site looking for park info, I saw the page was littered with some political jargon and the author was unknown. I thought it was very unusual for a park-owned campground to have posts that were politically driven. I did a bit of investigating and found that many township-owned campgrounds do not show who's writing their Facebook page, but neither do they have political rants about the township park, the township that the park is owned by. If you want to view a beautifully executed Facebook page, look up Croton Township Campground. The authors show a wonderful, the wonderful attributes of their campground and community so well that it makes me want to visit there. On June 8th, there was a post on Whitewater Township Park Facebook page about an upcoming board meeting concerning the possible closure of High Prairie Park by anti-park people. I was wondering who the author thought the anti-park people were. The park underwent an inspection that showed 7 violations and was closed for repair. It seemed to me that the anti-park people the author was referring to were children's safety people. Why the need for a negative political post on the campground page that showed the author's blatant non-concern for human safety at High Prairie Park? On August 24th, after making a comment on another politically driven post, this time about the boat ramp, the author posted a comment that led me to believe they knew me, even though I didn't have the same courtesy. After some not so pleasant responses to my comments and several days passing, the unknown author of the page finally revealed themselves. I asked this person to stop posting political opinion on the Whitewater Township Park page. Of course, the person took down all the comments because they didn't fit the agenda, but the posts remain. Why isn't the Whitewater Township Park Facebook page focused on the wonderful campground and its amazing features? Whitewater Township Park is owned by the people of this community. The Whitewater Township Park Facebook page is not a soapbox to be stood on by the author to state political opinions. Please stop using the Whitewater Township Park Facebook page as an attempt to sway people into believing your political rhetoric. Please make the Whitewater Township Park Facebook page about the campground, the people who visit there, and the community. So in the essence of trying to make Whitewater Township a better place, I'd like to leave the author's name out of my comment. I hope that this person is listening and realizes that the goal is to make the Facebook page a positive social media page for Whitewater Township Park. I'd like to repeat the name of the Facebook campground for anyone that's interested in making a comparison. Look up Croton Township Campground, C-R-O-T-O-N. It's in Newaygo, Michigan. Then go to Whitewater Township Park and scroll through the posts. Many good ones until you come to August 24th.
June 8th, March 16th, March 18th. All of you work too hard to have someone's personal opinion make our campground and our township look bad. I implore the author to remove the political posts and make a goal to promote Whitewater Township in a positive light. I'll even assist to help with some ideas. I'll be watching to see if my peace offering is accepted. We can do better together. Thanks.
Thank you.
Karen Boyd, Bags Road, I'll be short and sweet. Thank you for getting Randy Melnick on board, Amber Voice on board, and Heidi on board. Maybe with the three of these, we can get some connect between all of our different committees, boards, and everything and make some positive progress.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Judith Stanford. I live at 1139 Northwest Silver Lake Road, Traverse City, Michigan. However, I'm co-owner with Glen Alden Farm on Hirsch and Broomhead Roads in Whitewater Township. Been there family-wise since 1958. So, hello, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank you all for providing me an opportunity today to meet and greet the taxpayers coming in. I'll tell you, it was absolutely delightful to see old friends